还在成长中，童养媳。
So for these two, they are quite
中美
young.
洲马。再来看一看它，它也是中美洲雨林里的，它呢是盾锥头蜥，我们可以看到。
Also, this one is coming from the mid area of the rainforest. This one is the cascade-headed luger. You could see it has a very long tail. The purpose of the tail is to maintain the balance. And for the tail, it could actually support its body.
它是巴西所罗门捕鸟蛛，它的一些成年呢可以捕食一些小型的鸟类。
这个地方对我来说其实是有。
This is a kind of like Spider-Man from Brazil. I think in this area it's like hell because I'm very afraid of the spider. You see, I can see clearly the hair on the legs.
不太敢。
那我们来看一看这一只相对更加。
How do you feel?
它就叫巨人。
I don't think I could touch them.
它正在休息。它正在休息。
And this one is also another giant
是试一下。
tarantula.
哦天哪！
I will touch
我
it.
真的有点不行了。
轻轻地戳一下它的屁股。
Have a try. Don't worry.
哎呦天，我这有点不敢啊！
哇塞，非常的勇敢，突破了，成为了1%摸过捕鸟蛛的人。
真的？
So you are like 1% of the people who are able to touch the spider.
大型的昆虫生活在这种雨林里面。
哇天哪，我突破了自己。
So for this kind of the giant creatures, they all live in the
接下来的
rainforest.
这一种其实会好一些了。
这个是甲壳虫类的吗？
是呀，那它就叫做大王花金龟。
And this one is better, I
它的
think.
颜色非常的鲜艳。
看起来真的是很好看。
This is a
而且感觉它的这个
beetle, a giant beetle. It looks very colorful
它
and
还有一个
beautiful.
别名非常的好听，就是巨人歌利亚，
And also for this one, it has wings.
就是神话里面歌利亚是个巨人嘛。
And also we call it
感觉它
the
这个
giant
后面的
gorilla.
翅膀像是磨砂的那种表
没错
面，，
你也轻轻地摸它一下。
这也能摸。哎呀，
And also you could see for the texture of
哎
the
它不动
wings,
啊，
你摸它就会动啊，你轻轻
it's
地
quite special.
温柔一点
有多轻啊！哎呀，我这个。
It's just like
手
a
感不错
dull,
哎，能
polished
再摸一下吗？
wing.
轻轻地。
How do you feel?
哎呀，再来一下啊，别动啊！哎，
这就是非常经典的非洲。
我今天真的是极大的。
This is very classic
摸了两
African
个
species.
这20多年
I think today
最害怕的两个
I
物种。
already challenged
当你
myself
突破之后，你会发现这些动物
because
并没有
I'm able to
像
touch two species
是，就是如果
that
你
I've
克
been
服
afraid
了
of for
它是
over
没有
like
办法
20 years.
之后，如果你深入的了解它们，
I
你就
think
会
I
爱
have
它
to conquer some of
爱上蜘蛛和这种
my
昆虫
fear.
可能还需要
And if you
花费
get to
我
know
一些
more
时间
about these
但是你可以先爱
creatures,
护雨林的
maybe
环境
you will fall in
这样
love
它们
with
的
them.
家
For example, the
才能看到
spiders.
好看的这
But
些
first of all, maybe you will start to pay attention and love the rainforest.
那今天非常感谢 UK 带着我们大家一起简单的了解了一下全世界各种雨林里面都有什么样
So
的。
today we're able to get some like basic knowledge about some of different creatures
那在接
in
下
the
来的直播里
rainforest.
面，我们要
But
带大
actually
家
in the
参观
real
一下
rainforest
真
we
正的
will able to
亚马
see
逊雨
more
它到底是怎
species
样的一个状况
and later
一起我们一
we
起期
will
待一
take
下
you to a tour on the Amazon
哇，
rainforest.
谢谢
Stay
葛
tuned
明，也
with
谢
us.
谢 UK 带我们来这一次神奇的爬行动物之旅。我的天啊，我没有想到全程我是以一种姨母笑的过
Fantastic.
程看完的。
Welcome
因为
to
实
the
在是太
exhilarating
可爱了，而且
rainforest
葛明的
adventure.
这个反应也是
So
让
for
我
the
相当的
whole
意外，整个是
process,
在他
actually,
的
I
各种惊叹
watched
中
the
度过了非常美
program
妙的一段小
closely.
片。那各
And
位观
also
众朋友
for
看
my
完之后是
colleague,
否
I
刷
could
新了自己
see
对爬行动
she's
物的这
able
个
to
认知呢？如果有的话，一定要
conquer
在评论区
herself
下
and
方
also
给我们
able
留言。今
to
天您
get
互
to
动的
know
话，还
more
有可能获
about
得
the
我们的纪念礼
reptile.
品。
So
那
how
刚
do
刚
you
雨林
feel? If you have
葛
any
明也提
idea,
到了
make
这
sure
个
you
雨
leave a
林
comment
哈。
with us
那
and we
雨
are
林
able
的
to
话
pick some
呢，
lucky
说实
audience
话，
and send
每
out
个人
the
年少的时候可能或多
presents.
或少都有一个
So
探
just
险
now
之
we are
梦。
talking
那我的
about the
探险之梦呢，就
rainforest.
是从
I believe
坐落在
when
遥
we are
远的
young,
南
we
美
always
洲
want to take on
亚
the
马逊雨林
adventure.
开始的。
So
小时候
for
的我呀，总
myself,
是一遍又一遍地想象着这里边
I think I
神秘又
always
古老
have
的
a
文
dream
化，
about
然
the
后还有
Amazon
那些巨
rainforest.
大的
I always dream about the culture and the civilization of the Amazon rainforest. And also, I always imagine some of the magnificent creatures and also the plantations in the rainforest. So what is the rainforest in your mind? So today we are able to uncover the mystery of the Amazon rainforest. So today we will go to our first stop, that is in the Amazon rainforest. In the live streaming, we are able to see what exactly looks like in the Amazon rainforest. We are also able to invite an expert, and actually she is a photographer and she visited 160 countries and able to take photos of different creatures and the fantastic beasts. And actually she is a very famous photographer. She is able to visit different places and she is able to come to the mountains and also the rainforest. And this is our special guest, Dodo. So how's everything going right now? So right now I'm in Zhejiang province and I'm waiting for my next adventure. When is your last time to visit the Amazon rainforest? The last time is 2018. I think the first time is 2012. For the Amazon rainforest, because it the river cover 8 countries, so it takes me about like 6 years to visit all these places in that forest area. I visited 7 countries and visited the rainforest. So in the Amazon rainforest, I believe most of them are located in Brazil and some of them are located in Peru. So how do you feel? Tell me about your journey in Peru. I visited Peru in 2014, and I think at that time I could see so many magnificent creatures, and also we have different cereals and plantations and the bushes. So when I entered into the jungle, I think I was in great danger because I'm not sure when all of these dangerous beasts or creatures will show up in front of myself. But after a few days, I'm getting used to it. How long have you been staying in Peru? About like 20 days, less than 1 month. I believe it's still very impressive about your journey back in Peru. Especially right now, it is not easy for us to go overseas. So today in our live streaming, I would like to show you some of the footages in the rainforest in Peru. We also able to have our special guest and journalist so that we can once again set back in Peru.
Go on a flight of about 2 hours to the southern city of Puerto Maldonado. Peru is one of the most biodiverse countries on the planet, which means that its territory is home to a vast biological wealth thanks to the variety of climates and altitude of the region. Likewise, it is the second country with the largest extension of Amazonian forests, equivalent to 76% of its entire territory, a true lung of the world. However, these subtropical forests are losing their color due to the unscrupulous action of mankind. Well, we have finally arrived at the Tambopata National Reserve on a 2-hour flight from Lima. We are here to talk to Vladimir Ramirez, none other than the head of the Tambopata National Reserve. He will tell us about the efforts that the Peruvian government has been making to preserve this very important ecosystem on the planet. Follow me. As we can see here, we are facing a fairly large protected natural area, 274,000 hectares, and here we are sitting in the buffer zone. These are 2 different spaces, but they have an integration. The Tambopata National Reserve is home to forests and 4 fairly large ecosystems. It is full of forests and fully functioning ecosystems. And they have the buffer zone where we are, an area that serves to protect this wonderful reserve, where many economic activities can be carried out. Vladimir has just mentioned 2 names that are key to understanding the problem: protected natural area and buffer zone. The first includes the entire Tambopata National Reserve, a completely intangible area where ecosystems fulfill their life cycle very efficiently. And the second is a natural cordon that serves as a barrier against the onslaught of one of the worst enemies of the Amazon forest in the last 20 years. So that's where the problem lies, but let's let Vladimir tell us what enemy it is about. Farther north in the buffer zone we have suffered impacts such as illegal mining, in which more than 2,000 hectares have been affected, and where the state has taken this problem seriously. Illegal mining does a lot of damage to the environment. Fortunately, the Peruvian government has managed to eradicate practically all the illegal mining that affected the protected natural area and has recovered 759 affected hectares through the planting of 700 and buffer zone. What is the government doing to prevent these species of flora from becoming extinct? Well, there are different government entities dedicated of looking at different ways to keep the forest standing, giving it its true value. That is to say that as a standing forest, it has more value than as a felled forest. Another species of tree that caught our attention was the lupuna tree, the tallest in this part of the Amazon and also one of the longest. Its bark is used to cure fever, asthma, and even to treat cancer. Well, we have arrived here through the canopy and have ascended about 40 meters with our expert guide to learn more about the lupuna, a mystical, mysterious tree and the tallest in the entire Tambopata National Reserve. This protected natural area is also home of thousands of species of animals. Here, the presence of 632 species of birds, 1,200 butterflies, 103 amphibians, 180 fishes, 169 mammals, and 103 reptiles have been reported, and several of these are still in serious danger of extinction. We're going deeper into the jungle at the Tambopata Reserve, and we have arrived at a place known as the Island of Monkeys. Why? Because we can find above all the capuchin monkeys species, and if we are lucky, feed them and being able to spend a pleasant moment with them. Of course, without disturbing them. Follow me, and I hope we find them. The capuchin monkeys live in large groups here on the well-known Monkey Island, and they welcome us with great sympathy. We want them to come down for a closer look, so we offer them food that they immediately accept. Come, little guy. Awesome. After leaving the island monkey, we crossed the river again in search of the intimidating but silent Amazonian white caiman. We were very lucky. We found none other than one of these impressive reptiles resting on the riverbank. Our approach ended up encouraging him to leave us. Night falls at the reserve, and with it, the enchanting jungle symphony enters the scene, making it clear to us that we are perfectly accompanied by living nature. Sunrise in the Peruvian Amazon should be on the wish list of every world traveler. It is just fabulous. Little by little, the sun announces itself, and with the arrival of the day, we start the last tour before returning home. We go into the search of parrots and parakeets that usually fits Phayre, but the jungle climate had a surprise in store for us. The dense fog began to dissipate, and we finally saw the birds reach this wall of the Madre de Dios River known as Colpa, to extract small amounts of clay from which they obtain enough energy to continue their migratory journey. Now yes, the time has come to leave the Tambopata National Reserve and return home. After knowing the most biodiverse area of the Peruvian Amazon, we must reflect not only on the problems and enormous risks that hand over one of the most important natural sanctuaries on the planet, but on what this implies for mankind and future generations.
谢谢我们位于秘鲁前方的记者和嘉宾朋友们。怎么样，豆豆？看完之后有没有想起你的秘鲁之旅？
a short video about the rainforest in Peru. So how do you feel, Dodo? Does this video remind you of what you have done in Peru rainforest? Yes, indeed. Once again, all the memories come back to me. So when you were in Peru, any special memories or any stories you want to share with us? I think there will be tons of stories because I take a lot of photos and I'm able to shoot many creatures I've never seen before. And also I'm able to see the caiman alligator because at that time I was taking a small boat, and then when I come to the river, I see so many red dots, and I'm quite impressed because these are the eyes of the alligator. So for this alligator, if the human beings are passing by, will they attack human beings? Well, if you're just passing by, and this will not attack people. I have never been to Amazon rainforest. Hopefully in the future I'm able to pay a visit to that place. So if you are able to go to those places, you will be impressed by all of these magnificent creatures. However, I see for some of the illegal behavior done by human beings, for some of the habitats will be damaged by this human intervention. I think we have to protect their land, protect their environment. But I'm gratitude to see the government have taken a lot of measures to maintain the ecology in some of these rainforests. So actually for the Peru's rainforest, actually it is the second largest rainforest in the world. However, in Brazil, 60% of the rainforest is actually located in Brazil. So how do you feel? Any differences of the rainforest in Brazil versus Peru? Well, I think there must be difference. Well, when I was in Brazil, I'm able to take the photo of a top predator. Have a guess. Predators? A top predator is very difficult to have a guess. I will give you a tip. For this creature, when you have a nightmare, you may have this image. It is quite heavy, and also for this animal, it is also a amphibian.
哦，僧然。
Is it a
天哪
snake?
那我们有没有当时候的一些影像和照片给我们分享呢？
No.
胆小的观众朋友们
Any
可以
footages
捏
or
你看，
pictures you want to share with us?
好，
Alright, I would like to show you a short footage. So now you could see for Dodo, actually, she went to the Amazon rainforest. I believe you must watch this movie. That is the anaconda. So this time I'm able to dive into the sea and I'm trying to get some photos of the anaconda. So actually for the Amazon rainforest, it is especially for the unpopulated areas, we don't have so many humans. So we are taking a small boat, we are trying to find this top predator, that is the anaconda. It takes about like 8 days. I'm able to find the anaconda.
Oh, 我的天哪！ 这个真的是不能称之为就简单一个蛇子能形容，它实在是太大了，它比我
Oh
想
my
象中
god,
的
I
大
think this is
非常
not
非
just
常
a
多。
snake because it's
豆豆
quite
你当
large
时
in
拍摄
size.
的时候你是自己下水的对吗？
I could imagine the size of this
你
anaconda.
感觉如何？潜入这个
So when you are
阳森
taking
河
the
的时候
photo
这种感
of
觉
this one, and so you have to dive inside of the sea on your own, right? Actually, for the temperature, it is a little bit cold, especially after
那你当时
rainfall,
在水面
and the
那你当时
temperature of
追
the
踪到
water
的
is
时候
quite
哎，这
cold.
个森然就在这地方的那个激动的心情还
So
记
how
得
do
吗？
you
当时候
feel?
你拍摄的时候有遇到
Because
什么
at
困
that
难
now, I believe you already know that the anaconda is around the corner. It is very difficult to track the anaconda. You could see we have to stand in the ladder because in daytime for the anaconda it will go to the land to take a sun to
那我
take
们
some
现在画面中看到的就是
sunshine
豆豆当
and
时候拍
also
摄的
at
一
the
个
beginning
森然。
we are able to see the skin of the anaconda and then we will dive into the water to find this magnificent creature.
有很多像食人鱼啊、凯门鳄啊，你要穿越这些动
When
物
we
之
are
后
under the
才
water,
能够到
also
它
we
的
are
那
able
个
to
区
see
域
the
里面去找
piranha.
刚刚你拍摄这条森
And
然的话，
after
如
we
果从
pass
它的
through
体
the
型，我们能
piranha,
不能
we're
判断
able
它是
to
多大年
find
纪呢？
the anaconda.
其实这一条年纪并不是
So
我
for
的
the
向导告
one
诉
you
我
are
它的
taking
年纪并不
footage
是很
of,
大的，因为我们
so
其实当时
how
看
old
见
is
了
it?
在洞里面，那时候
So
是
my
因为
tour
拍
guide
机的
told
速度啊
me
水下相机有点
for
慢，
this
遇
one,
到了一条更
it
大的，
is
但是
quite
非常
young
因为
in age.
生染在水下的运动是非常快的，它迅速
When
的
we
钻回到
first
它的
dive
洞穴里
into the water,
这条抓的
we are
还要稍微
able to
小一
see
些的。
年轻一
a
点，是
larger
我也看
size
到了。
of the
那森然
anaconda,
它，我也没想到
but
它
they
在水
move
下的
very
运动速度
quickly.
是如
We are
此之
not
快，因为它看上去还
not
挺
able
缓
to
慢的，就是
capture
因为它
some
体
of
型
the
有这么大
footages
嘛
of that,
我们也知道森然
and
它
then
确
we
实
are
是说
able
上是
to
顶级的掠
find
食者
this
啊，因为它这个杀伤
younger
力也是
one.
非常强大，它是通过把这
So
个
for the anaconda,
把
I
它的
understand
目
it is a
标食
top
物给缠
predator.
绕起来，用这样的方式导致对方窒
So
息，还是直接
first they
吞
will lock the
它是通
target
过绞
and
杀的
then
方式，先是用
they
这个
will
肌肉来绞
swallow
杀它，
their
等它
target.
感受到这个动物、这个生物没有心跳的时候，开始吞噬它，因为它嘴里还是有几排牙齿的，就帮
So
助它去
first of
吞
all,
噬。
for the anaconda, first it will find the target and then they will strangle the target
这个蛇类
until
像是
it's dead.
亚马逊的僧染，还有这个咱们东南
So
亚
in
的
the
这
past,
个
many
网
people
纹
have a
蟒，网纹蟒
discussion
是
like what is
对
the
它长度要长一
most
些，但
dangerous
是
predator
僧
or
染呢，
what
它
is the
重
most
在
dangerous
体
or
量非
what
常
is
就
the
很粗
largest
壮，很重，
predator?
所以大家很大一部分的人觉得僧
I
染
would
是
say
最适合的
anaconda is the
好
top
像在雨
one
林当中是会
because
稍
it
微
is
比
quite
其他
large
地
in
方更容易
size
见
and
到这些
also it's
庞
very
大的生物，因为
aggressive.
毕竟有这么大的面积，这么大
Especially
的
in the
生存力给
rainforest,
它
we
们
are able
成
to
长。
find
我觉得
the
好像
large
是这样
size
的。
of the
我们
anaconda
这活
because
动也相
we
对
have
来
a
说
very
比较
good
少，
ecology
像
for
东南
them to
亚
grow and live.
会比较多的村庄，但是亚马逊的腹地可能就没有那么多人居住在
So
那里。
in the Southeast
那有当时
Asia,
是
in
几
some
几年的
villages,
来
we
着？
are able to
这
find
是2016
some
年
of
的8
the
月份。
predators, but they're
2016
not
年，那现
quite
在已
large in
经过
size.
去了
And in
快
the
6年
Amazon rainforest, for some places, there's no human beings. That's why we have so many of these predators living in the areas. I hope in the future we're able to pay a visit to the rainforest again. Now I would like to show you another footage in the rainforest in Brazil. So it will take me about like 3 hours before we come to the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. So we have the camera guy, and also we are joined by a number of the CMG reporters, and this is the captain, and soon we are going to the national park in Brazil. With 3 hours of journey, now we're able to come to the national park. Yesterday we were able to get the permit, and now I would like to hand the permit to the working staff. So in drought seasons, actually we're able to see some of the creatures, and we're able to find like 16 different kinds of turtles. But right now we are in the rain season. So for most of the sand and the turtles, they are beneath the water. We are not able to find these turtles. So now I'm able to meet the 2 tour guides in the national park, and they will take me to a tour in the national park. Now we are ready to turn into another river. Now you could see the branches. We are basically entering into a jungle. The entrance is quite narrow. And also you could see the fruits of this tree. This is a very commonly seen fruit in Brazil, and people are able to make ice creams and the juice from these fruits. So actually it is hard, it's quite tough out of the core. Now we're entering into the rainforest. Now it's the rain season. It's quite slippery. And for this giant tree, it is the Mulan giant tree, and also a Hainan. Now you could see the trunk is quite strong, and also it could be stretched into 30 meters tall. So for these kind of trees, for the structure, and if you use a stick to knock it, actually you could hear the sound of the tree. So for example, in the ancient times, if people are running into some dangers, they will try to strike the tree, and for the other people will come here for rescue. Now we are coming to another place. And this time, if we are lucky enough, we are able to see some monkeys in the rainforest. This is another specialized tree here for the Aboriginals. If they're getting thirsty, they could like cut off the trunk and get some juice. In this area, we also could see some of the homegrown plants, and it could actually grow in the water for at least 6 months. Now I could feel the leaves of all of these trees, and this is the shell of the fruit. Just like a cap.
就是它这个壳里面的。
And the tour guide just gave me some of the fruit.
路上碰到了这样一棵很大的树，这是它的果实。你向导正在敲的这个是它的果实。
So this is the fruit of another tree. Right now, the tour guide is trying to cut off the fruit. Let's see what is inside.
挺脆的，杏仁差不多的味道。
It's very
它被称
crispy,
为亚马孙坚果。
just like an almond. So this is the nuts from the Amazon rainforest.
因为现在这个季节呢是亚马孙的雨季，所以这个水涨起来了，很多原本在这周围平常。
So for this time, it is the rain season for the Amazon rainforest.
范围缩小了，
As the water level has been raised, and unluckily we are not able to find the animals in the rainforest.
Cada cidadão do mundo entenda que a Amazônia não é só
So people in the world should understand that Amazon rainforest is not just the forest, because it plays great significance for the circulation system in the world.
precisa que cada de nós
We have to understand this concept, and also we have to make our contribution to preserve this important ecological system.
que controla
For example, we could monitor the rainfall
principalmente as chuvas
in the circulation system around the globe.
Sistema global. Então, na verdade, a floresta
So for the Amazon rainforest, it is not be called the lung of the earth, it should be called the air conditioner of the earth.
Habitante da Terra cuide não só da Amazônia, mas de todos os
Because
espaços
everyone
que garantam
in the
o
earth
bem-estar,
have to
não só de
spare
quem
no efforts
está
to
aqui,
protect
mas de
Amazon and
quem
also
vai
to
vir,
protect the
futuras
earth.
gerações.
It is not just for
Nós
this
todos
generation,
estamos aqui
but for the
cumprindo a
next
missão de
generation.
proteger
So
esse
every one of us
ecossistema
should
tão
shoulder this
rico,
responsibility to
desconhecido,
protect
pode
the
aqui
Amazon rainforest,
ter,
because it is
a
quite
cura para
diverse. There are so
doenças,
many
né,
mysteries
como câncer, a
awaiting for
AIDS,
uncovered.
e outras
For some of the
doenças,
plants,
né,
it
que
could cure
assolam a
cancer,
humanidade
cure
e que nós
AIDS,
ainda não estudamos.
and many people don't have enough knowledge
que
about
haja
that.
uma
We have
valorização da
to
Amazônia
realize the
como
value of the
realmente
Amazon
patrimônio da
rainforest,
humanidade.
because
Para
it
que
is the
todos,
common heritage
cidadão do
of all
mundo,
human
saibam,
beings.
que
The whole
nós estamos
world
aqui
should have
cuidando, nós
this
estamos aqui
awareness.
protegendo, nós estamos aqui monitorando.
What we are doing right
para
now
que
is to serve the
as
people
futuras
who are living in the
gerações
future.
também possam ter o prazer de conhecer
We hope they still
e
have the
usufruam,
chance to get to know
do
more
bem-estar, né,
about the
da vida
rainforest.
no planeta
I hope
Terra.
everyone could live in a very healthy earth.
在回去的路上，我们非常幸运，突然发现了几只金刚鹦鹉，顺着我手指的方向，就在那边很高的那棵树上。
When we are going back, actually you could see you're able to see some of the animals here. This is what we call the King Kong parrots.
它还回应了。
Now you could hear the sound from the parrot.
我现在就来到了一个据说是可以看到亚马孙河豚的小港口。Olá, tudo bem?
Now I'm coming to a small
Aqui tem
port.
todo?
Sim, sim. Mas antes temos que lavar a mão, tudo bem?
We are expecting to see some of the puffers
这个河豚之前
in the
我们
Amazon
先在这洗
area.
手这是要把手上的这个防晒霜洗掉。
Before we see the puffers, first of all, we have to clean our hands.
河水会造成污染
Because it is quite hot here, we need to clean off the lotion. We have to protect the environment here to make sure that the water is clean. And also we need to provide a safe environment for the puffers. That's why we need to clean our hands first.
好兴奋，因为我以前都没有看过。
Now we are ready to see some of the Amazon puffer. I have never seen them before. I'm quite excited.
工作人员手里拿的这个盒子里面装的就是一会儿喂河豚的这个吃的，是一些鱼。
Now in the box, actually, she's taken some of the fish to feed the puffer. So this young lady has been working here for many years, and for this place, it's for 26 years. There are like 2 types of puffers here. However, for these 2 types, they have like different features. For some of them, they're also like predators in the water. They're able to catch small fishes. And also for some of them, it looks like dolphins. Well, I could see for this one, it has teeth. I was quite worried. So now we are trying to feed all of these Amazon puffers.
换一下气。
然后那个它的前额这个凸出来这块是那个雷达，就是像雷达一样来感知水的方向。
这个河豚小的时候是灰色的，等它长大了呢，颜色就会变得越来越粉，是我们现在看到的这样粉红色的河豚。
So for the puffers, when they grow older, and their color will turn pink.
谢谢我们前方的记者和嘉宾朋友们，怎么样，豆豆？这个又引发了你
Very excellent footages. So how do you feel? Any memories coming back to you again? Well, I have never taken photos of the puffer. This is what we call the Amazon puffer. It pretty much looked like a freshwater dolphin. I've never taken a photo of them. So earlier I am able to meet a tour guide. He used to live there. If these people, they are living by the water side, they are able to see some of these dolphins and the puffers. So for this pink puffer, it is the first time I've seen it before. Because in the past I watched some of the pink dolphins in the internet. I saw this is a Photoshop photo, but actually that is the real one. Well, what other species you're able to get in the Amazon rainforest? Well, there are so many. If you stay there for a longer time, then you're able to find different species. Well, once again, I would like to mention about the parrots, the King Kong parrots, and also the blue-head eagles. And also we are able to find some of the leopards and all different kinds of frogs. Well, I think for this leopard it is quite cute because it's able to swing and also able to claw to the trees. And also we mentioned about the monkeys. Spiders, and also the anteaters. All of these we're able to find in the rainforest area because it is so diverse of the species. So just in the 2 footages we presented, we see like tens of different species. And for the lady from the national park, he said for the Amazon rainforest, it could be considered as the air conditioner of the earth instead of the land of the earth. So it reminds me of another dolphin. So this is what we call the capybara. Because they think for this capybara, it has a very good temper and actually it could get along with different species. So for the capybara, they're able to provide food for other species. So many predators and other animals, they would like to eat the excrement And I think this is quite a strange behavior, but that is quite common in the Amazon rainforest. So some people are leaving the comments, they're saying for all of these creatures, they're rarely seen in our daily life. I think if we want to uncover the mysteries in the rainforest, you have to pay a personal visit to there. So actually, if we stay there for a really long time, we're able to find new species. So we're just talking about the capybara. So for the excrement of the capybara can be provided as food for other creatures. So what are the food for the capybara? Actually, it is a vegetarian. It only eats some plants, and if not able to digest, so for the capybara, and it will once again eat its own excrement. I think this is quite common because for koala, and sometimes it will also eat the excrement of its mother because it will help them to digest because of certain elements exist in the excrement. So for all of these creatures, of course, they need to find food. So when you are visiting the rainforest, what food have you prepared to feed some of these creatures and beasts? And sometimes I will bring some of the food. For example, I will also take some of the plants locally. For example, I will take bananas. Because it is easy to preserve the banana, so that's why I take a lot with my trip. And also I'm able to eat a local ant. Especially, I would like to say in Colombia, it is a tradition for the local people to eat the ant. It is food of protein, and they will deep fry the ants, and also they will make soup out of the ant. For this kind of ant, it is quite large in size. Alright, also today we have two mysterious guests. They're quite popular. And for these two guests, they're also quite enthusiastic about the rainforest. For these two, even though they're professionals in ice dance, however, they're quite passionate about rainforest. Now, I would like to show you a footage that has been prepared by Wang Xingyue and Liu Xingyu. So I think rainforest, it's a primitive rainforest. I'm very eager to pay a visit to the rainforest. We always see some of the pictures and also some of the footages of the rainforest, even though they're quite dangerous, but we love animals. That's why we're quite curious about what it looks like in the rainforest. And we are thinking if we visit the rainforest by our own foot, and this probably will be hit by alligators or other creatures. But we think hiking is a good way for us to visit the rainforest because we want to enjoy that adventure. We want to have a map, and then we want to find out the path. So next question is, what inspired you to see in the rainforest? We want to see some of the lizards. So another question is, use one animal to compare with each other. So for Wang Xingyue, we want to compare Liu Xingyu as an elephant. And then for the gentleman, she compared the lady as the piranha. So because for piranha, even though it looks aggressive, but sometimes it is quite gentle. And another question is, what three belongings they will bring? Well, first we need the sun lotion, and also we need to some protective suits to prevent the sunlight. The third thing we will bring is the umbrella, because it is the rainforest. Maybe we have to bring umbrella. First, we need to have the maybe pesticides to kill the insects. Also, we need to wear some of the protective suits to make sure that we will not bitten by some of these animals. So I will bring some tools to make fire. Also, I will bring a tent to make sure that we will not be bitten by the mosquitoes and other insects. I think 3 things is not enough. But if that only the 3 choice, I will also bring a knife or axe. So for the gentleman, he said, well, we just bring some food, some beverage, and also Wang Shiyue, and that's enough. So how do you split your work? I think I'm stronger, so I could do some of the hard work. For example, I'm able to cut off some of the wood. I could make a fire, and also to set up the tent. So for the lady, maybe able to do the cooking. Maybe help each other to put on the lotions. So for the gentleman, maybe he will just do some of the hard work. So any questions you want to ask about the rainforest? So if you want to catch the fish, for example, if you catch the piranha, how do you eat the fish? Or all of these fishes are poisonous? So what are some of the must-have items in the rainforest? How to cook all of these creatures or plants we obtain in the rainforest? And also we need to pay attention to the hydration issue. How could we maintain our health in the rainforest? Alright, once again, I would like to thank our 2 special guests. So in the end, it feels like we are coming to a food program. Have you heard some of the questions from Wang Shiyue and Liu Xingyu? Well, first, I will bring an axe. Well, for example, the axe will help me to make a lot of tools, and also I will bring some of the items help me to make fire, because we need to fully cook all of the items we capture in the rainforest. For some of the creatures, maybe they're poisonous or they carry bacteria. That's why we have to fully cook all of these. And also I need to bring a waterproof clothes to make sure that I stay safe and warm, especially in the evening. As I said, there were so many forests, and after rainfall the temperature will fall dramatically, so you have to maintain your temperature. And also, of course, you have to make sure you prepare your food properly to stay healthy. So in the wild forest, even though you're not able to cook some of the fish, you could actually do the barbecue of some of the food of the fish. And locally, for some people, they will also cook the piranha. So what is the difference of the piranha as compared to other fish? There were so many bones of the piranha. Well, if you deep fry the piranha, it is quite crispy. For some of the restaurants, they will come up with a special dish of the piranha. And for us, if we have done some of the diving, well, it is very easy for us to catch some of the piranha. For some of the creatures, if there are no toxins, and then we are able to cook some of these food. So just right at the beginning, once again, I would like to remind you, if you want to get some of the presents, make sure you leave a comment with us. And also right now, I have another question to Dodo. So I believe you already have the chance to eat the piranha, and also you take a lot of photographs of different creatures. For the rainforest, I believe this is the nun of the earth, or the air conditioner of the earth. So what other aspects you have to pay attention to the rainforest? I think coexistence is another key point, because we have to know how to share the resources together with my friends, together with the creatures and the different species. So when we are taking an adventure to the rainforest, well, you have to respect the nature and also to respect the ecology. After you get to know more about the rainforest, you understand the behavior of the species, and also you will pay attention to your own behavior. So right now I would like to show you some of the footages about the piranha. So here now you're seeing some of the footages of the piranha. For the piranhas, with just less than 10 seconds, they're able to eat the whole body of a human. Now you could see they have very sharp teeth, and also they're the top predator. And just a few seconds now you could see they could completely eat another fish. Well, I was quite threatening. I think if I am inside of the water just a few seconds, I will be eaten by the piranha. So when you are taking photos and footages of the piranha, how do you feel? Well, actually, I have done a test. When I'm trying to take the photo and then I throw another fish, because that fish is already wounded, I was fully equipped when I'm down into the water. For some of the piranha, they will not necessarily eat human beings. This is because of our imagination. Now I feel much better, because when I look at the footages, I think it's quite horrible. So today we have received so many comments, and right now I'm able to get the list of the lucky audience. So for all of these lucky audience, they are able to receive the presents sent by CGTN and Yang Shiping. And later we will have more interaction with our audience. And also, of course, you could try to answer some of our questions in order to get the presents. So once again, I would like to thank Dodo for your participation in our live program, because you tell us a lot of knowledge about the species and the knowledge about the rainforest. Thank you again for joining us. See you next time. See you next time. So this is the part for the Amazon rainforest, and today we are able to see different species. And at the beginning, we are seeing some of the reptiles, geckos, lizards, and also we're able to see the piranha, and also we are seeing some of the capybara. And I believe all of these will impress you. And please stay tuned with us, and soon we will move to the rainforest in Yunnan province.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests. Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. In October, the fruits of the black tiger Katsura ripen. Belonging to the genus Katsura, it is a wild liana species. The fruit consists of many smaller berries, like a rice ball. Therefore, people call it glutinous rice ball. In the Gaoligong Mountain particularly, it has the name of monkey rice ball. It is one of the favorite fruits of Phayre's leaf monkeys. The Phayre's leaf monkey is an animal with a joyful appearance. It looks as if it is wearing white eyeshadow and lipstick after coming back from a forest masquerade. Or he could be wearing white-rimmed glasses. In fact, this is because the skin around its eyes and mouth lacks pigment, so it looks pale. The fruits of many vein Sororaya are pretty small, but very juicy and tender. It is also one of the favorite fruits of Phayre's leaf monkeys. Gaoligong Mountain is covered with lush vegetation, offering the monkeys rich and varied foods. In spring, they feed on tender sprouts, new leaves, and fresh flowers. When autumn comes, the forest provides them with delicious fruits and seeds. In the southern part of China's Yunnan province, Myanmar and Thailand, tropical rainforests and subtropical evergreen broadleaf forests are home to the world's remaining fewer than 2,000 Phayre's leaf monkeys. The International Union for Conservation of Nature has listed them as endangered on the IUCN Red List. In China, the Phayre's leaf monkey is under first-class state protection. Rich food sources and a suitable environment are crucial for the survival of Phayre's leaf monkeys. The plants they feed on take up over 40% of the local arbor and shrub species in their habitat. Hence, the diversity of plants in their habitat is what they depend on for existence. This is one of the reasons why they became endangered. Every morning and dusk, Phayre's leaf monkeys go out to look for food. As a gregarious species, they usually live in groups. The big family of about 30 monkeys can quickly activate the entire woodland. Noon is their nap time. Their super long tails sway in the wind, which gives the afternoon woods an added lazy and cozy ambience. Phayre's leaf monkeys living in the Gaoligong Mountain are Shanacus, a subspecies from western Yunnan. They are also called the gray leaf monkey or big black lutung in Chinese. Being experts in climbing and jumping, they prefer living in the upper level of the forest. Gaoligong Mountain is a paradise for the Phayre's leaf monkeys. The complex terrains provide them with a natural sanctuary, and the abundant plant species are their unlimited food supply.
Hello, 直播间的朋友们，欢迎回到 CGTN 大美自然雨林大冒险的直播间。
Welcome
刚才呢，
back
我们跟随
to our special program, the exhilarating rainforest adventure presented by CGTN and Yang Shiping. And just now we have taken a cloud tour on the rainforest in Brazil. And now we will turn to some of the rainforest in China. So for example, in the Yunnan province, in the upcoming 1.5 hours, we will visit the rainforest in the Yunnan province to see the beauty and charm of the rainforest. And today we also have two special guests. And first, Mr. Shi Zun, and also one of our old friend. So I believe you are deeply attached to the Yunnan province. So how many places you have been visited of the rainforest in Yunnan province? Well, I believe I have visited the rainforest for many times in Yunnan province because of the scientific research and other activities. Basically, each year I will visit the rainforest in Yunnan about 2 to 3 times. Start from 2001, that is my first time to Xishuangbanna of Yunnan province. And after that, each year I will pay 2 to 3 times of visit to the rainforest in Yunnan province. So in the past 20 years, so how do you feel about the changes in Xishuangbanna? I think there were so many changes. First, the transportation is getting more convenient. What impressed me most is back in 2001 when I was an intern of the college school, and we take a shuttle bus from Kunming to Xishuangbanna. We need to take a transfer because we are not able to reach to Xishuangbanna within 1 day. At that time, we don't have highway, and also we don't have the bullet train. For most of the time, we have to travel on all of these mountainous area. That's why we have to stay in Mojiang, one of the county of Yunnan province. So if we depart our journey in the morning from Kunming, and then we will arrive at the Xishuangbanna the next day in the afternoon. But at that time, we are more likely to see some of the animals and the species in the rainforest. Because at that time, for the highway, it will go past some of the habitats of the species. And 20 years ago, I think there is a tension for human beings and the species and animals. For some of the animals, they are limited to certain areas. And at that time, when we are traveling, we have to stop from time to time, and because we need to give the way to the animals, we have to wait for the elephants to go past us. But right now, with the construction of the highway, we will not go past some of the habitats. So now I think the tension is getting eased. So right now, when we are traveling to the rainforest, we will not see the conflict between human beings and the animals. Well, I could see Mr. Shi. He's very enthusiastic about his journey to Yunnan. And we have another guest, Mr. Wang Kai. So where are you right now? So actually right now I'm doing a field research in the Ecological mountain. Well, I believe today we will have so many stories in the rainforest. So actually for CGT and nature, and right now they are in Yunnan right now. A few days, and in Pu'er City, they are able to track some of the ancient elephants. Hello, everyone. So right now we are in the Pu'er City of Yunnan province, and today we are glad to be joined by the wildlife photographer. So maybe today we are not sure whether we are able to see some of the Asian elephants. Let's see if we could see some of the elephants today. Now actually we are following the elephant path. This place used to be a jungle and forest, however, with so many Asian elephants pass by this place, and then we could see there is a very clear path, a clear track. So for all of these plants, actually, they are food for the elephants. So for this leaf, we used to wrap 粽子. And actually for the elephants, they also love the leaf. They will use the nose to eat the tender shoot of this leaf. And also they like bamboos and also the skin of the tree. So now we are coming to an intersection. All of these places are paths for the elephants. Well, we are trying to find out some of the traits of the elephants. Maybe we will start from this way. I think we are able to see some of the footprints of the elephants. Yes, indeed, all of these are from the elephants. This is quite magical, because for this path, it is the path for the elephants. So right now, we are in the rain season. If there is a rain, and then we are able to find some of the food mark of the elephants. Just take a look at this one. This is quite clear. I think for the feet is quite large in size. If we look at the footprints, I believe for this one, this must be quite large in size. But if you touch the surface of the mud, it's quite dry. So maybe for the footprint, it has been lasted for a long time. So for all of these areas, for all of these paths and tracks, these are the elephant paths. Because for the elephants, they tend to move in groups. Well, once again, that is the very famous old saying, if you always step on this place and then we are able to create a road. So as I said, right now we are in the rainforest, and in this place it's quite slippery because there are so many moths. That is the same for the elephants. If you touch the surface, well, I believe these footprints have been existed for a really long time. So you're able to find out some of the traces of the elephants. For example, they will eat some of the plants and also some of the tree leaves. Just look at this one. This is the excrement of the elephant. Well, if you are able to find excrement in the forest, you could actually touch the excrement to feel the temperature, to see whether it is fresh or not. If it is warm, maybe you have to be careful because the elephant is around. Just take a look at the excrement. You could see some of these plants. It is a fresh excrement. Actually, you could feel the fragrance or scent of the excrement. So I believe for this one, maybe it was produced yesterday and we are not able to feel the scent. Maybe the elephants were here yesterday. And also we need to be careful about the sound to see if the elephants are around. Because when they're eating, they will make some sound with their nose, for example, to drag off some of the leaves. So let's continue to follow this path to see if we are able to see some of the elephants. And also for some places, based on the environment, we could see for some of the elephants, they may have a rest in certain areas. For example, this one, it is also an excrement, and the color is quite different. So for this one, it has been placed for a really long time. So for this area, I believe this is a resting area for the elephants because they are quite large in size. But if we run into some elephants, are we able to escape? Actually, for the elephants, even though it looks like they're quite large in size, but they move very fast. So we have to stay safe. But in order to ensure the safety of our live program, actually we have a monitoring team. They will monitor the traces of the elephant. So he is Mr. Diao, and he is the monitor for Asian elephants. So where are they right now? Saying 400 to 500 meters away from us. I think they're quite close to us. How many elephants? And today we are able to find 50 elephants here. I think they are moved to different places by groups. So we could see we have 4 young elephants and also 2 adults. So from the photo, you could see the young elephants. For the young elephants, are they able to protect themselves? No, they have to depend on their parents or their relatives. That's why all of these elephants have to move together. So for the elephants, how they protect their kids or how they protect their younger elephants? For the elephants, if they are threatened by some sound or some dangers, they will run to their parents. So for one time, and actually there's a flooding happening here, and for the elephants, they are trying to pass the river. And from the footage now, you could see for the young elephant, it's actually flooded. And also for the other one, they are trying to rescue these young elephants. So for the young elephant, maybe it is only like 1 month old. Now you could see 3 female elephants are trying to get it back. So at the beginning, for the young elephant was flushed by the flooding, and now you could see 3 elephants are coming over, trying to rescue the young elephant. I think all of them are emotionally attached with each other. Are we able to see some of the elephants right now? Well, because of the safety consideration, I think it's best not to approach the elephants. We have another monitor nearby, and maybe we could see some of the footages from the monitor. Alright, I'm able to see some of the elephants. Now we are very close. We have to be careful. Now I'm able to see the young animals. So you could see that very clear from our footage. So for the younger one, it is swimming. And also for the other elephants, they are trying to find a way to board land. Now they're moving away from the water. You could see for these 3 adult elephants, they have to take care of the younger elephant. Maybe they're slower than the group. Because this one is quite young, it is not able to protect itself. And also the water level is quite deep. That's why we need to have these other elephants to protect it. So I think in this place the water level is very high because of the rain season. So they have to find a safe place to land. So for the one near us is say like 3 to 4 years old. How do you judge the age of the elephants? Because every day we trace all of these Asian elephants, so we know them quite well. I think the water flow is quite rushy, so they have to take a slower step. If you just watch them with your naked eye, you're not able to see it. Because if you look at the color of their skin, it's quite similar to the water. It's better to monitor them through our cameras. Well, indeed, they're quite strong. So for the elephants here, they're quite large in size and also they're quite strong. Because in this place, we have done a good job for the ecological conservation. And for all of these elephants, they're living in a very safe and healthy environment. So back in 2011, we only have about like 10 elephants, but right now we have over 50. This is because of the protection and the improvement of the ecological environment in this place. And also at the same time is that in addition to protecting the elephants, you are also paying a lot of attention to improve the plantations conditions. We have to make sure that for all of these plantations will not be damaged by human beings. If we have a good environment for the elephants, they're able to find food. So yes, right now you could see we have so many elephants here. This is thanks to the measures taken by the government. And hopefully, next time when we are coming to here, we will see more elephants. And also, I would like to call on the public to participate in the conservation work of the Asian elephants. I'm really jealous for our camera team because they could see the Asian elephants in a very close distance. So now I have a question. Whether the Asian elephants can swim. So if you closely follow our program, then you must know the answer. So I have a question for the expert. And just now, I see the excrement of the elephant. I think for the excrement of the elephant is quite similar to the excrement to the pandas. So can you tell me more about what are the food for the elephants? So actually, yes, last year, I believe you remember that when all the Asian elephants they're taken on a trip, and many people they're preparing a lot of food. For example, they're providing pineapples and watermelons. So that is quite common for the elephants because we're not sure what are the food for the elephants. So for the elephants, sometimes they may eat bananas, and also they will eat some raw food. And also they may eat some of the trunk of the bananas. And just now in the footage, able to see for some of the elephants they will eat the leaves, which we use to wrap up the 粽子. Especially in Xishuangbanna, for some people they will use leaves to wrap up the 粽子. And this may be the major food for the elephants. For some of the elephants, they really love the skin of the tree, or also they would like to eat the roots and some of the plantations. And they really like wild food. For example, they really like jackfruit. But instead of eating jackfruit itself, they would like to eat the skin of the tree that grow jackfruit. So basically, they will like to eat some of the tender skins or also the tender shoots of some of the trees. So last year, I still remember for some of the local villages, they would like to provide some of the fruit to the Asian the elephants, but they don't like all these fruit. I think some of the people affected by some of the legends because it feels like people have this kind of mindset that elephants would like to eat fruits or eat bananas with their nose. However, these are not the traditional diets for the Asian elephants. Thank you for sharing. I have another question. I want to go to Mr. Wang Kai. So right now you are in Yunnan province. Except for the Asian elephants, can you show us more species in Yunnan province and in the rainforest? For the distribution of the Asian animals, they are actually overlapping with some of the amphibian. Especially, we're able to see some of the amphibian from the subtropical rainforest. Now, I would like to show you some of the samples. So first, I would like to show you the lizard. So now you could see for the lizard, it has a rainbow pattern. For this lizard, it was first found in Yunnan province, Linjiang County. And that place is also very close to Sichuan Batna. And you're able to find this lizard in the same place as the Asian elephants. And also for this lizard, it has a bad temper. And also I would like to show you another species. It's a snake. So this is the head. So this is the green snake. And also you could see for the head, it is also a triangle shape. And also for this kind of snake, it is quite long. Some people compare this one with the green bamboo snake, but it's a little bit different. Because for the green bamboo snake, the tail is in yellow or in red, but for this one, it's totally green. And this is quite specialized in Yunnan province. Is this one poisonous? Well, for this kind of snake, it is focusing on capture the birds, and also it has a very good temper. Feels like the snake will not attack me. And the last one may have a little relation with the Asian elephants, but also it is quite specialized in Yunnan province. It is another reptile. It is quite specialized in Gaoligong area. It is quite shy. So this one is also another type of the lizard. This is only existed in Yunnan province. This is also very beautiful of its appearance. So for this lizard, when it interacts with other lizards, and also it will demonstrate a specialized color. So right now, many people raise lizards at their home. And also we are able to see some of the videos, and some people are trying to change their skin. So for some of these lizards, if they're living in the rainforest or in the wild situations, does that mean that they could change their skin automatically? Yes. So for us, if we raise the lizards at home, we are not able to provide an ideal ecological environment for them because the humidity is not enough. So that's why people have to help them to change the skin. But if these animals, they are living in the wild situation and then they're able to change their skin. So first question, come back to my first question. I'm asking whether the elephants know how to swim. Well, the answer is definitely yes, because from the footage we're able to see for the baby elephant, she is able to swim around. Congratulations for our lucky audience. Just now we are talking about the animals, and now I would like to give you more knowledge about the plants. And we have two friends in the Yunnan Park, the Taiyanghe National Park. So today we are in the Taiyanghe National Park, and today we would like to show you some of the specialized plantations in the rainforest in Yunnan province. And also today I'm glad to be joined by an expert, and also he will tell us more about the knowledge of the plantations in the rainforest. So I'm the tour operator, Xu Wenfeng, and today I'm very happy to join this special program. Also, I would like to give you more knowledge about the rainforest. So actually there are so many species in the rainforest. So this is a kind of fern, a fern tree. So for this fern tree, it will grow upwards, and in the end, it will form a new terrace, and this will become a very giant tree. And this is a very special fern because it looks like a tree. And actually we are hearing some of the sound from the gibbons, and later we will take a look at the gibbons. For the Chinese fern, because this is a very protective species in China, and also it is quite special. Just take a closer look. So for the trunk, you could see some of the tube-shaped tissues because of some of the structure, and you could see for this fern, it looks quite tough. For some of the ferns, they are not able to grow that tall. However, for this one, it's quite special, and it will grow in the end just like a tree. However, you could see some of the traditional characteristics of the fern. Now I would like to show you some of the leaves. And these are some of the seeds of the ferns. For most of the ferns, for these seeds are actually located very close to the leaf. I would like to have a closer look of the leaves. So technically, this is all the seeds of the fern. We are able to see some of the small dots, and these are considered as the seeds, but they are not mature at this moment. So for the seeds, it's quite light and you're not easy to see it. Maybe you have to use the microscope to observe all of the seeds. So what is the survival rate? Yes, the survival rate is not very high because, you know, this in such a rainforest, it is quite competitive, and for some of the seeds, they have to adapt to the local environment in order to grow. It is not likely for some of these ferns to be existed. And also you're able to see different kinds of the rubbers in the greenland, greenwood, and also some herbal medicines. We have so many species and quite diverse in this rainforest. So not 100% for all of these species will sustain. I believe you recognize this one. It's also a kind of mushroom. However, for this kind of lucid Ganoderma, you have to make sure that it is safe, and also it will provide some of the nutrition to the earth, because it belongs to part of the rainforest. There are so many species in the rainforest, so let's move along. Forget about those wild mushrooms because all of these are part of the system.
来，我们走过去看看。
哇，真的是它在动。这个哇，
这个是雨林里面的精灵之一。
它在看呢。
这个相当于，它和在我们中国。
Now we're able to see one animal.
是国家一级保护的猴子。
Well, actually, it is also level 1 protection species in China. It has the same status with panda. This is a monkey. So for this kind of monkey, it's different. Especially in daytime, they would like to sleep on the trees.
一般性白天的时候是闭热的，但是现在我们走过来以后，可能影响到它的在树上。
So for this kind of monkey, they would like to sleep in the daytime.
蜂猴，它是懒猴科底下的一种，就懒猴，全世界现在已经发现了九个种，那我们中国的话有2个种。
So this is also a Phayre's leaf monkey, and also we have 2 species of this monkey in China.
窝蜂猴或者云南蜂猴都可以。
它是一直都这么慢是吗？就是可能
它晚上的时候速度会加快。
它是夜行性的
它是夜行性动物，它只有白天的时候，它和其他动物不一样。还有或者
So for this kind of monkey, it is also belong to the category of sloth. It tend to move in the evening, but if we say what's the difference of this monkey compared to a regular monkey, this one is toxic. And especially for the cross, and also if you are getting bitten by this kind of monkey, you will get inflamed. So for this kind of monkey, it like fruits and insects and also leaves. So we will not want to interrupt the monkey. And today we have a good luck, we are able to see these monkeys. It's rarely seen, and also an endangered species in China. And you could see it grasps tightly with the strand of the strange. Also, you could see other wild mushrooms in the rainforest. I think this one is mature. And also, we're able to see some of the insects they are trying to eat the mushroom.
This
is the slug. I think for the slug also it has a shell. But the shell is live inside of its flesh. And they want to stay in a place with humidity. Let's continue our journey.
我在网上看了一下，梭罗是属于国家2级保护植物，但在国外有一些国家也是属于是濒危的植物，是吧？
像比如像新西兰就把梭罗当作他们的国宝。
So actually, we just talk about the one species, the trunk tree, and actually in China it is a endangered species, and also it is included in the list for other international organizations. And for some of these wildflowers, some of them we're able to have a taste. Just have a taste of the petal. It is not toxic.
很难发现。
这是竹节虫。
竹节虫是吧？
这是竹节虫，我们把叶子翻过来，轻轻的。好。轻轻手不要让它。
哇，都还没注意看到。
它还断了2条腿。
这边
不要担心哈，这个竹节虫它没有成年以前，它的腿断了以后还能长出来，它也是雨林的一部分。
And for this kind of insect, this is also part of the ecosystem of the rainforest. Alright, on the other side we saw many of these like walking stick. So do you have a team to find out all of these stick insects or other kinds of the insects? I think for the stick insects, they really like to eat all of the leaves. So for example, if you get hurt in the rainforest, you are able to use some of the leaves to cure your wound. I think the petal of the flower is quite sweet. So what about this one? For these two, flower petals they're quite different. I think for this white one, it's an artificial flower. For the flower itself, it has not yet bloomed. So this one, it looks like a petal of the flower, however it is the leaf. It just looks like the leaf is putting on some of the makeup. If they turn their leaves from green to white, and then it will attract some of the animals, insects, for example the bees. They will come here to provide some of the nutrition, and later on, the flower will bloom in the end, just like a red star.
苗苗老师，你没有看到前面那个植物，你认不认识？高高那个吗？我觉得你应该是认识的。有点像竹叶，就是大的竹叶。
Do you recognize the other one?
这个的话其实就是我们端午节。
It looks like a bamboo leaf.
端午节包粽子的是吗？
包粽子，包粽子。
So in the Dragon Boat Festival, we would like to use this material. This is the bamboo leaf.
这个呢，为什么要给你介绍这个植物呢？这个是大象的食物之一。
大象也吃的。
比如说像我们这个地方哈。
And for this one, it is actually the food for the elephant, and also we call it reed. So in this place, many Asian elephants will come nearby, because in this area there were so many food supplies for the elephants. They would like to pay a visit to the Taiyanghe National Park. And some people are naming this place as the hometown for the elephants. So in recent years, we're able to see more and more Asian elephants. This also means that the conservation of the rainforest is getting better, and some people would like to go back to the rainforest.
刚才你是不是听到了那个声音？
就叫得很厉害，那个是吧？像唱歌一样。
Once again, you hear the sound. So these are the gibbons. We're just talking about this animal. So this is the white-faced crested gibbon. They really like to live inside of the rainforest. So this one is just like the leaf monkey, and this is also an endangered species in China. So for this kind of gibbon, it always have calls. For example, if they want to have a intercourse, maybe they will produce a howling sound. But the sound will change according to different situation. So for example, if the weather change, the gibbon will produce another sound. If you look at the length of the arms, actually you could see it's quite long. The length of its arm is even longer than its height. So that's why we call it gibbons.
手就能着地了。
哦，它一般会
And when
吃
they're
的
in
吗
a standing
它
position,
吃一些高
and
空上的
actually
一些
their
果
hands are
实，
laying
还有
on
一些
the
树叶。
ground.
然后比如说刚才我们在那个孵化硬葡
They
萄
like
当
to
那个
eat
树上发现
fruits,
那个竹节虫，
leaves,
也是它喜欢吃的食物之一。
哎，这边这个它丢的是
and
不
also
是
they would like
这是
to
它吃
eat
的。
the stick insects.
你看它把这个姜科植物里面最嫩的那个芯吃掉了。
So these are some of the food
这个
for the
吃不
gibbons.
动就不吃了，太聪明了。
Just take a look at that. They would like to eat some of the tender shoots
4、5岁的宝宝或者3、4岁
of the
的宝宝
branch.
智商差不多。
哇，那4、5岁智商
They're
确
quite
实很高的
smart.
已经，但是4、5岁小孩
And
子
the level
动
of
得很多
intelligence will reach like a 4 to 5-year-old kid. And they're quite
它
smart
除那它除了吃植物，还
among
有
all of these
其他也会吃吗？比如说
anthropoids.
虫子呀什么的。
像刚才我跟你说的那个竹节虫，它也喜欢吃，因为竹节虫也是它的。
They only eat the plants, or they also eat any insects? They also eat insects, for example, the stick insect we just saw.
在雨林里面，这个慢慢地开始多起来。
So in the rainforest, it is like a permanent residence in the rainforest.
多少只，但是感觉它太阳和这个流域里面，猴子啊，还有长臂猿这类的物种越来越少。
But we don't know how many gibbons are living inside of the rainforest. We need to do the calculation.
叶文芬老师，今天我们也是在这个雨林当中看到了很多这种珍贵的动植物，那肯定还有很多我们没有见到的。
And today in the rainforest, we are seeing so many different species. I believe there are many rarely seen species. Yes, we also have the bears. Have you ever encountered some of the bears?
黑熊很危险，除了黑熊以外，比如说我们太阳。
Well, I used to see them, but I cannot approach them.
然后还有其他的，像还有什么水獭。
And also we have wolves.
还有物种的话，像我们说的，在深度的雨林里面，可能还会看到一些和这里不同的。
And also we have the otter.
会形成一个小气候范围里面还有不同的植物。
And of course we have different plantations and different categories of ferns in the rainforest.
一些特别神奇的植物啊、动物啊，这些。那么比如说像太阳。
And actually there are many streams inside of the rainforest. Alongside the streams, you are able to find different kinds of plants or creatures. Just for fern itself, we have over 2,000 categories. And also we have about 256 wild mushrooms. And for the insects, animals, creatures, well, I would say it's numerous. So that's why we have to spend more time to stay inside of the rainforest to find out more mysteries. I believe each year we have to do some calculation, and each year we're able to find some new species in the rainforest. All of them are actually part of the ecosystem of the rainforest. So for the rainforest in the lake, also you are able to see some different species. Once again, we are also hearing the sound produced by the gibbons. It feels like they're declaring the sovereignty.
哇塞，谢谢二位！我觉得这个雨林里的植物实在是太丰富了，我觉得再给他们二位20
Well,
分
thank you
钟
for
可能
their
也
introduction.
讲不完。刚才石真老师，
I think just give them like 20 more minutes, they cannot finish, because there are so many species in the rainforest. And just now we are talking about the fern trees. And can you give us some more knowledge about the fern trees? Yes, we are talking about suoluo, one kind of the fern, even though it has grown into the shape of a tree. Even though it looks like in the shape of a tree, but it is different with the trees in nature, especially when we compare to the apple trees, cherry trees. Well, that is different. The major difference is that for suoluo, this kind of terrace fern, it is quite typical For this kind of fern, it does not have seed.
叶子背面的这种一种特殊的这种繁殖的结构，我们叫孢子。但是你翻过来这个
And just now we are seeing some of the structures for the reproduction structures. Actually, for the seeds, they will not found inside of the fern. And if you want to look at the fern, we have to use the microscope because we just saw a cluster of dots inside of the leaves of the fern.
扣在一个像盖子一样的结构下面，扒开以后，下面有好多的孢子囊，每个孢子囊打开以后，才有好多的孢子。
This is what we call the sorus, the sorus cluster inside of the fern. If we open the sorus and then we're able to see the seeds of the fern.
它就长成一颗这个梭
Actually,
罗了，
for
或
the
者长成一
breeding
个
and the
蕨了，还不是
reproduction is quite
它先要萌
complicated.
发，长
It's
成
not
一片
like
儿像树叶一样的这样的一个结
when
构，
the
我们
sorrow
叫叶
dropped
状
to
体。
the
叶
earth
状
and
体
then it
上
will
面
grow
有
into a
这
fern.
个雄性的生殖
Because
结
at
构，
the
雌性的
beginning,
生殖结构。那雄性
for the
的生殖结
sorus,
构产生这个
it will
精子，
develop
然后
into
它
the
得
leaf.
游到那个雌性
And
生殖结
also
构那
for
儿，
some
才
of
能
these
结
leaves,
合，然后
it
最
will
终才
divide
能
it
形成
into two
这
separate
个我
structures
们最终看到的这
with
颗
some of the organic combination or integration. In the end, it will develop into a fern.
良好的这种生
So
态
for
环境，
the
特别是水环境
reproduction
的支持了。
procedure is
就
quite
这样的
complicated,
视角来
and
看，
it
在
heavily
野外能看到
depending
一颗
on the
活
water
着的梭
system
罗，那
and the
真的
ecological
是生命的
system.
奇迹了啊！可以这样。
So I think if we look at, we have a live fern in the rainforest, meaning that the ecological environment is pretty good.
对，其实在云南能
So
看
can you
到
tell us
特有的
more
植物还是
about
蛮多的
the
啊。
plants we are able
比
to
如
see
说，我们先说一个就
in
是
Yunnan
云里面
province?
吧，特别值得去一看的啊，就是这望天树。
So first I would like to mention some of the plants in the
对，很
rainforest.
高很高。
So
而
first
且
I would like to
呢，
talk about the
这
tree.
个
We
有
call
一
it
大
Wangtian
片的
tree
这种树
because
很
for
高
this
啊，
kind of
在
tree
这
is
种情况
very
下，你会
tall.
有一种非常震撼的这个感觉。特别是
And
在我们
sometimes when
在
you
西
enter
双版纳，
into the
在这个
rainforest,
勐腊县
you will
有
see
一
a
条这
large
个
group
挂
of
在
tall
这个
trees,
望天树，
especially in
就
Xishuang
树
Banna.
腰的这个空中走廊啊。最初这条空中走廊就是为了观察这个树冠层的
We are
一些
able
动
to
物
see
的
some
行
of
为而设置的，
the
是一条科
corridor
研走廊。那后来呢？
that is
就
actually
是出
hanging
于
under
旅
the
旅游
trees.
还有研学科普教育的这样目的，就把它开发成了一个公众可以参与游览。
So for some of these corridors, they are actually being used as a
跟我们平常看到那个
sightseeing
小花小草
passage
完全不一样。
so
哇，
that
你
you're
站在那
able to
个
have
走廊上走过去的那
a
种感
closer
觉，
look for the
应该说是
Parental.
毕生难忘啊！那是那个走廊距
I
地面
think
的
this
高
is
度
a
是50
quite
米
a
所以你走
impressive
过去的那个感
experience
觉还是很震撼。
because for the corridor, it has about like 50 meters height above the ground.
太多了，比如说我们云南的还有很多的
If you want to look at the story closely,
啊，比如说这
make sure
个
that you pay a visit to
龙
the
蒿的资源
corridor.
啊，比如说这个报春花的资源，龙胆
And
的资
also
源
in
哎呀，这
Yunnan
高山植物
province,
的
you are able to see different flowers,
就
for example, the azalea.
是的，我们刚才石娟老师
And there
说
were
到
so
了
many
花儿，说到
orchards
了
in
植
the
物，
Yunnan
其
province
实还
as
有一
well.
大类就是菌类。刚才我们在这个
We just talked about the
连线的过程
plants,
中，我们
also
也
we
看
talked
到了。
about the
那我想问
flowers,
王凯老师，
and
其实
also
每
we
年一到
mentioned
夏天
the
这个季
wild
节，就会有
mushrooms.
很多
Also, I would
误
like
食
to
了
ask
这
a
个有
question
毒
to
的
Mr.
菌类，
Wang
然后
Kai.
中毒的这种新
So
闻。
every year,
那您能不能
especially
给我
in
们讲一下，怎
summertime,
么
we
能够简
always
单的
see
去
some of the
判
news
断
for the
一个
local
菌类是否
Yunnan
有毒还是无毒？
residents. They have eat some poisonous mushroom. So can you give us some like basic knowledge on judging the toxicity of some of the mushroom? Well, actually, we have some basic rules to judge the safety of the mushroom. So first of all, you should look at the root of the mushroom. Because for the mushroom, if you look at the shape, it feels like an umbrella with another root. So for example, if of the root, if you are able to see another umbrella shape of the cover, and then this is quite poisonous. And also just like you look at the snake, if the color of the mushroom is too bright, it is more likely that for the mushroom is toxic. But of course, the most important thing is you recognize, you understand the knowledge about the mushroom. And also I hear on news recently and saying that for one guy, in order to tell the differences of the mushrooms, they're actually putting some of the agents inside of the boiling water to see whether the mushroom is free, is safe. Well, actually, that is not scientific. And some people are talking about the color of the mushroom, and also you could not just tell the differences of the mushrooms by color, because in Yunnan province, so for one specific mushroom, it is in pure white. Even though the color is not white, it's not bright, but still, for all of these mushrooms, they're toxic. But I think the most safest way is that you buy the mushrooms from the wet market. However, in Yunnan province, even though you are buying the mushrooms from the wet markets, but still you have to follow some rules to properly cook all of these mushrooms to make sure that you will not get toxic. Because for some of the mushrooms, you have to fully cook the mushroom. Otherwise, it will produce some of the toxic elements, and also it will cause some of the illusions for the human being. And for some people, they really want to experience how it feels like after they taste the toxic mushroom. Once again, I would like to remind all the audience, don't risk your life. Because if you eat some of the toxic mushrooms, and then it will cause some of the damages of your organs. So once again, I want to ask a question. If by mistake I take some of the toxic animals, toxic mushrooms, what should I do? Try your best to vomit. And also you have to take the samples to take the mushrooms to the hospital. And in Yunnan province, for some of the hospital and for the doctors, they know how to identify the different types of the mushrooms. But of course, the key message is do not taste the mushrooms by random. Yes, indeed. For some of the wild animals, mushrooms, they are quite risky. And even though we have some basic rules, but sometimes inevitably you will eat some of the toxic mushrooms by accident. Now I would like to take you to another place, because in that place we have about over 400 species of birds. And right now we have 2 experts on site, and they will give us some more knowledge about the birds.
Hello， 主持人好，各位嘉宾好，我是银江观鸟协会的会长班鼎莹。
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, my name is Ban Dingying. I'm also from a bird observatory in Yunnan province. I'm a photographer from Yunnan Natural Reserve Center. So right now we are in the Doho County of Yunnan province. We are trying to observe the migratory birds in this place. So first time we are here is in July 2015. We are trying to identify some of the crested birds in this area. Well, I think for the female and the male birds, they're in different color, and also if you look at the size, the body size of the two birds, also they're quite different. From the camera, you could see one bird, and also for the hole in the tree, it is its nest. And for all of these migratory birds, there were so many stories. So for the female birds, its job is to take care of its kids, and also for the male birds, its job is to find food and also to feed its kids. So actually, for the male bird, it's just like a model husband, and he has to find food, no matter what condition is. Because right now we are in the rainforest, and for the female bird, it could stay at home at his nest for about 4 months. So during these 4 months, for the male bird, it has to find food to feed his family. And also for the kids, they should understand how difficult it is for its parents. Well, I should lower my voice. I don't want to interrupt the birds. I think I'm very close to this bird.
真的是我觉得是非常的漂亮，而且现在的这个阶段，它已经是它育雏。
For this crested bird, it's very beautiful.
然后呢，觉得非常的不错啊。
And also right now, I think its kids is getting bigger, and I think they're ready to come out from the nest. For this kind of the crested bird, all of them are actually breeding inside of the nest, and also there's very clear job division for the male bird and the female bird. So in February, after the mating, the female bird will come inside of the nest, and then for the male bird, they have to protect its home, and it is his responsibility to find the food. And in April, when all the young birds are getting older, and then the female bird will lead all of these young birds and get out from the nest. And actually, in summertime, they will find a larger nest. So basically, they will find a hole in the tree to make their own home. So first of all, they have to clean all the branches, and then to make sure that they could prepare a cozy environment to raise their kids. Based on our observation, we think for the male bird, he's doing a good job, because it is rarely seen that this male bird will enter into the nest. Most of the time, he is busy finding food to feed his family. I think for this kind of the breeding method is quite unique. And after they clean the nest, they clean the hole of the tree, and then for the male bird, we're also trying to find some of the mud, trying to cement their home. You could see there's only a little hole for their nest. And then the male bird is able to pass the food inside of the hole. So after the female bird and also the young birds are inside of the nest, and then the male bird will fly over for about 7 to 8 times to feed all of the young birds. For the crested bird, the major food for them are fruits. And also in order to fill in the nutrition or protein, and sometimes the male bird will also carry some meat, for example the snake, inside of the nest. I think it is quite special for their lifestyle. In the end, I would like to ask a question. I think my question is who is doing a harder job, the female bird or the male bird? Well, thank you very much for giving us this valuable footage of the crested bird. How do you feel? Who is doing a hard job? Well, I think it's a trap. I think for the female bird and the male bird, they're also doing a good job because they have different tasks. So for the male bird, they have to fly over for many times. He has to raise his family and also to feed the family. It is a big consumption of his energy, and for the female bird, she has to be locked in such a small area, and also he depends on her husband to feed her and her kids. It's hard to say which one is doing a much harder work because for these two birds, they're also raising their kids. They have different tasks. For the crested bird, it is an endangered species in Yunnan province. And also for the Jingpo minority, it also has an icon for its civilization. So now, today, we will visit a mystery guest. So right now, I hear some people are singing and dancing. So join me to see what happened there. What are you doing right now? So actually, we are making a music video. What is the name? So we are making a music video named "A Good Girl in Jingpo Minority." So just now I'm seeing you're singing and dancing. I would like to join you. Please show me some of the moves. See you next time. Thank you for your education about the moves. So just now we are enjoying some of the singing and dancing, and now I would like to visit one of the cultural inheritors here, Mr. Li. Good afternoon. So can you tell us more about the history of this special song? So for Jingpo minority has a long history. Also, the theme song also have a long history. This is a traditional festival. According to the history, in the northern part of China, especially in the central plain area, and people would like to sing this song in the Taiyanggong area. And later, our ancestor from Jingpo has passed this song today. And also in Jingpo, we have a special bird called the crested bird. Can you tell us the relation between this bird and the Jingpo minority? According to the history, in the place called Kangqingyangku, this is actually a name of the place. It is very close to the Qianghe River. In this area, we have very large green tree, and in that tree, it is full of fruits. At that time, we have many birds. We have the white birds. For some birds, they are saying, as we have seen so many fruits here, so we have to keep it as a secret. And for other birds, they say, well, we want to share the fruits with others. Then we have to sing and dance together. And for the crested bird, and they said, we want to be the leader and to lead the others to sing and dance together. And according to the discussions of the white birds, they all agree that for the crested bird to be the leader. And then for the crested bird, they're getting very exciting, and also they produce a very howling sound because their sound is quite sharp and high-pitched, and then all the white birds are scared and they are not able to join the celebration. And at that time, one of the peacocks said he wants to become the leader. And the white birds agree that the peacock become the leader of the dance. And for all the white birds, they are following the pace with the peacock. So in the end, the peacock becomes the leader. Thank you once again for Mr. Li's introduction about the history of the crested bird and also its relation to the civilization. So now I would like to show you a footage on the grand celebration. So from the celebration, you could see tens of thousands of local people. They're dancing this 木脑众 song. Thank you for sharing. I think for the Yunnan province, well, they're quite expertised in the singing and the dancing. When they are hearing the music, they're able to have some moves. And just now, I don't know whether you realize that for some of the leaders, the dance leaders, they are also wearing the hat with the shape of the crested bird. I believe in Yunnan province, it is very well known for the totems. So except for the Yunnan province, can you come up with more ideas? Well, it reminds me with the Yi minority group in Yunnan province. The totem is in the shape of a tiger. I believe they will use tiger as a lucky animal. And for Wa minority group in Yunnan province, the totem is a cow. That is according to my memory. So right now in the Dulongjiang area, and people are actually using the horn-shaped cow as the totem.
因为我记得当时我们 CGTN 自然团队我们去到过这个都龙江。
I believe for the CGTN nature program, we used to visit that place, and actually for some of the places and for each one of the household, they are using this totem, and they are putting this totem on their door to express the auspiciousness. So now coming back to my journalist, and I want to understand more about the birds they have been observed. So today we are not able to see so many species, but we have feels like we have so many lovely close shots of the birds. And for all of these crested birds, they are quite beautiful, and also you could see very clear about what happens. So I just saw one crested bird, they actually carrying the fruit and trying to feed his family. So also I would like to share a story with you about how we save some of the crested birds. Back in 2018, in a bird watching festival, we were able to find a remain of a crested bird. So I think at that time, based on our observation, that bird is quite old in age. But we are keeping an eye on the crested birds that are living in that area. So we are surrounded by the jungles, and also we are able to see a great number of the crested birds. After we find the remains of the crested birds, that one is quite well known. However, for that bird is actually died because of his age. And based on our observation, we do see that for that male bird, it has not yet fed his family for about 2 days. We are quite anxious back in that time because this bird disappeared for about 2 days. And on the third day, we are having a meeting to see how can we save some of the female birds and the young birds from the nest. Because at that time we understand the male bird already gone, we want to save some of the birds inside of the nest. Especially for the female bird, we know she will change the leather, the fur inside of the hole. If she's not able to step out from the nest, she may lose some of the skill to fly. And when we are trying our best to figure out a plan, and then we found this female bird is trying her best to squeeze out from the tree hole. And I believe she is very hungry, and then she's trying to eat some of the skin of the tree. We were quite worried at that time because her husband is gone. We are not sure whether the female bird will continue to survive. But according to the experts, they say we don't have to worry about that because the female bird will try to find another partner. And for the next year, we are quite happy to see for the female bird find another partner and come back to this place and continue to breed her kids. So I still remember that back in that time, we all gathered together and we are trying to figure out a rescue plan to save the female bird. And we only have one wish, that is to provide a good ecological environment so we could better protect all of these crested birds. Because for all of these crested birds, they are already endangered species, and we hope in the future the rainforest could be well maintained so we will have more crested birds. We want to come back to the old days one day we are able to see hundreds of crested birds flying above us. So by protecting the rainforest, actually we are protecting the home for some of these endangered species. I believe with our joint efforts, in the end, we are able to see hundreds of crested birds flying above us. Thank you for sharing. Hopefully, just as you wish, in the future we will have more birds will settle in China and settle in the rainforest in China. And also for two of you, I believe you have many experience for the surviving skills. I still remember that for one of our guest sets. So when you are coming to the field, you will definitely bring an axe. So what about you? So I will bring a reliable tour guide. I think that is very important. Especially if you are a visitor. Even though you are a professional explorer, but still it has so many dangers lurk inside of the rainforest. Because inside of the rainforest, the survival condition is quite different. For example, inside of the rainforest, you are not able to see enough sunlight. So after 4 p.m. and it will get dark. Not to mention when the sun sets and then you're not able to see anything inside of the rainforest. So at that time, you don't have any energy to do the survival. Actually, you will lose your orientation inside of the rainforest. I still remember back a few years ago, we have some interns trying to explore the rainforest in Xishuangbanna. And for that rainforest, actually it belongs to a national park. But even these interns, they are quite familiar with the orientation and road inside of the rainforest, but still they will get lost. So do not underestimate the uncertainties in the rainforest. And for me, I also will get a lotion. I would like to try my best to protect myself because there are so many insects and also the mosquitoes inside of the rainforest. You need to look at the elements of the lotion to make sure the lotion works, especially when you enter into the rainforest. Some people are worried about the beasts and the snakes. Actually, in China, you don't have to worry about this. And in China, there were so many insects and mosquitoes in the rainforest. So that is the thing you have to worry about. You have to pay attention to the insects. When I'm watching here to do the live streaming, actually I am surrounded by different types of insects. Okay, share with us some of your risky experience. Well, one type is the natural disaster, for example, the landslide, etc. And yesterday we found for some of the highways have been damaged because of the landslide, because right now it is in the rain season. So that's why before we enter into the rainforest, do your home job, do your homework. Because even though you could carry sufficient toolkits and equipment, but if you run into the natural disaster, there's nothing you could do. Second, when you enter into a wild rainforest, And you may encounter some of the beasts or the snakes. These are also the hidden dangers. So when you're demonstrating some of the animals, I realize are some of the scars and wounds on your arms. Well, for most of the scars are actually left by the poisonous insects. And also I have another question. And it is quite common that we will run into leech. So for example, you already found the leech on your leg. What should I do? Well, if you don't afraid of the leech, you could use your hand to put it away, or you could use a branch to put it away. But the most important thing is you have to prevent being bitten by the leech. So that's why you have to fully equipped with your clothes. If you already get bitten by the leech, so I will use a knife to take it away. And if you have a cigarette or the alcohol, you could actually touch the leech, and then it will also could drive the leech away. And it's difficult for you to use your hand to drive it away. Thank you for sharing, and now it's 1.5 hours gone. But still, I think we still have a lot of stories to share with you. But no worries, please stay tuned with us, because soon we will visit some of the tropical rainforests in Hainan province and Southeast Asia. Please stay tuned with us. So that is my part in the Yunnan province. See you later.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests. Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. As the mists lift in the early dawn, the Shanfengling tropical rainforest wakes up in the morning sunlight. On the branches of the Hainan wood lotus, a group of yellowish ants are busy transporting their foodstuffs. Hanging on a sunlit branch is a spherical bag made of tree leaves, constructed with meticulously tight stitches. This exquisite bag provides the housing for these tree dwellers, known as the Asian weaver ant. On another tree, swarms of Asian weaver ants are working together to repair the damaged nest. Using their bodies as stitching tools, they crisscross rapidly on the construction site. To reassemble the detached leaves, they have to rely on the ability of the youngest members, the weaver ant larvae. The larvae can secrete a natural silk, normally used to form cocoons. The sticky silk can also secure the woven leaves. The construction of a new nest takes them no more than 2 days. Such craftsmanship of the Asian weaver ant proves that it is worthy of the name. Meanwhile, one of the ant's neighbors, a giant golden orb weaver bearing distinctive patterns, is hiding at the web's edge. It's good at laying traps and waiting patiently for its prey. A moth stumbles into the web. The spider crawls over swiftly for the delicious breakfast. With its trap and patience, the spider prefers to work alone. In contrast with the proactive and collaborative Asian weaver ants, it is totally different. The caterpillar has been looking for a tender leaf on which it can cocoon and turn into a butterfly. Unfortunately, it blunders into the ant's turf. The sentry ants spray in the air with chemicals containing pheromones, calling other ants in joining the hunt. Asian weaver ants are famous for their ferocity and are good at team fight. With strong and large mandibles, they clamp the vital parts of their targets, and then they raise the tail to spray formic acid onto the victim's wounds, causing caustic burns. It is difficult to dispatch such a huge kill. The ants usually carry the victims back to their nest and share the feast at leisure. Beholding the spectacular hunting, the beetle on the sideline turns around and beats a hasty retreat. Asian weaver ants prey on stink bugs, leaf beetles, longhorn beetles, and other leaf-eating insects. The Hainan wood lotus provides shelter for the ants, while the Asian weaver ants offer their nitrogen-rich excrements, an insect-repelling service. The relationship with mutual benefit is a common sight in the Xinfangling rainforest. Harmonious coexistence is universal in the whole natural world.
感谢您继续守候我们的直播，我是梁思，很高兴再见到大家。那么您现在收看的呢是由中国国际电视台 CGTN 的新媒体和央视频共同为您推出的
Exhilarating Rainforest Adventure presented by CGTN and 央视频。Welcome to our scene in Hainan province. So in Hainan province, we have so many rainforests. We have the most intact rainforest in Hainan province. And also it is an important part for the rainforest in the world. And also it is a treasure for all the endangered species in Hainan province. And also we have two special guests, our old friends, Mr. Xu and Mr. Wang. So now we are ready to take on the adventure to Hainan province. So first of all, I would like to ask a question. I know for Mr. Xu, and he is an expert in the plantation. And also for Mr. Wang, he's very expertise in the animals and the amphibians. So right now, for example, if we put you into a rainforest, but we have a tip, we have a rainforest in Hainan and rainforest in Hainan and the Yunnan province. So if you just give you some tips, are you able to identify which rainforest you are in? I think it's quite difficult to make the judgment because for the rainforest in Hainan province, if we look at the plantation, it is quite similar as compared to other rainforests in different parts of China. Because for Hainan province, Hainan Island, it is actually closely linked to the other rainforests in China, if we have to make a choice,
还是这个在上半段提到的这个望天树。那这个望天树，到目前为止
I would say if we are able to see the Wangtian tree, maybe that is quite unique in China. We could only see it in Yunnan province. So for Hainan province, the rainforest is under a special category. You are not able to see the Wangtian tree.
那我们看看王凯老师，如果您通过爬行动物来区分的话，或者是两栖动物来区分的话，有没有
So what about you, Mr.
分
Wang?
别的树？您是在云南还是海南呢？
If you just look at the amphibian, can you tell the differences of the rainforest in Hainan versus Yunnan province? Well, actually, that's the same. Because in Hainan province, if you look at the reptiles and the amphibian, it is quite different as compared to Yunnan province. If you look at the reptiles in the Hainan province, some of the categories are actually similar to the northern part of Vietnam. For example, the yellow turtle, and for some of the amphibian, and they are with special characteristics. However, if we look at the amphibian in Yunnan province, the species are quite similar to Laos and Myanmar. So could you name one species to support your choice? Well, in Hainan province, I think for some of the yellow turtles, I think that is quite specialized in Hainan province. And we don't see that in Yunnan province. Are they commonly seen in Hainan province? No. Well, if you enter into the rainforest in Hainan province, it's very difficult for you to find some of these turtles. All right. Congratulations, because all of you can't find out the answers. Alright, now I would like to play two sound. Just have a guess. Which is the animal?
哎，两位老师先别猜，我们让评论区的观众朋友们来猜一猜。刚刚我们播放的呢是两种海南特有的物种的动物的声音。
Maybe I will leave this question to our audience. So just now I've played like two sounds, or actually the sounds of the animals from the rainforest in Hainan province. If you recognize the sound, make sure you leave a
很
comment.
明显，第一个是什么呢？然后判断依据是什么？
Well, actually the first one is quite easy. For the sound of the first one is from the Gibbon, from Hainan
叫
province.
声是我们刚刚在视频中播放的第一个。那第二个是什么呢？
Because we are able to hear the sound of the anthropoid. What about the second one?
这个
都没听出来吗？
是某种蜥蜴什么之类的吧？
蜥蜴啊，差的有点远，差的有点远。
I think it must be the sound from a lizard. I'm not sure.
接近了，王老师不错啊，
I think it's a sound from a
没错，
mammal.
它这个第二种呢，其实是我们海南另外一种特别具有特色的哺乳动物。
So for the sound of the second
老师知
one,
道吗？坡鹿，对，特别可爱。它
is
跟
from
这个
a
日本的
mammal.
花鹿也是
It's a kind of
是有一点像，
it's a
但是还
kind
是
of
有区别
deer
算是我们
in
海南
Hainan
特有的动物
province.
之一了。那海南坡鹿呢
This is also
是
a
20世纪的时候
very
是濒临灭绝，
precious
但是现在
species
呢
in
是在逐步地
Hainan
恢复，
province.
族群逐渐的稳定，也是成为我们海南绿色生态的一张名片了。那这
So
个
back in the
长臂
20th
猿就更不
century,
用说了，它的
and
明显
for
特
this
征就是
deer
说
is
手臂特
at
别
the
长，对吧？
endangered
然后这
status.
两个呢都是我
But
们
right
海
now,
南的动物
we
界的
have
名片
more
之一，是代表了海南
deers
生态的一个
found in the
珍稀的物
rainforest
种。
in Hainan
那也
province.
是恭喜两位老
But
师答对
still, we
一
would say
题。
the
不
gibbons
知道我们
and
评
the
论区有多
poor
少的
lu
观众朋
deer,
友答对了我们
these
这个题
two,
目
they're
呢？我们
actually
王凯老师
a
不知道
very
在笑什么，
precious
是因为失分
species
了吗？
in the
特别开心，我
rainforest
今
of
天没有
Hainan
通过第二
province.
关。
对，第一关都没有通过。
第一关还是通过了，第一关您还是凭借着专业的这样的一个素养通过了我们的考试。那我知道我们的史军老师是经常去海南啊，是海南的常客了。
I think you could pass our questions very easily. And Mr. Shi, I believe you have traveled to the rainforest of Hainan province for many times, right? Yes. Right now, you could see for the Hainan province, it have a very diverse ecosystem.
会更便宜？那是不是会更便宜一点儿？也。
Based on my knowledge, and right now, Hainan province is dedicated to grow the durian. And in the future, we are expecting to see more Chinese produced durian in the market. Because for durian, it's a very typical fruit inside of the rainforest. So, Mr. Wang, I believe you always stayed in Yunnan province. Have you ever visited Hainan province? Yeah, so actually I stay in the southwest part of China, and that is not my base. But still, for Mr. Wang, and he is an expertise in the amphibian. And today, I would like to introduce two of you a friend, maybe an expert. But before I introduce this new friend, I would like to show you more knowledge about the rainforest in the Hainan province.
Hello, 各位央视的观众朋友们。大家下午好，以及主持人好，嘉宾好。
Dear viewers from CGTN and Yang Shiping, good afternoon.
海南热带雨林这边了。大家好，我是。
And right now we are at the tropical rainforest in the Hainan National Park. And standing right next to me, it is actually a rainforest expert, Mr. Shi Jie.
您在这片雨林生活了大概多久呢？
And also, he's a very excellent extreme sportsman. When I first came here, it is about 1990, and I really love this place, and I always come to the rainforest. So I have been here for about 32 years. So what is the longest time you have been staying in the rainforest in Hainan province? The first time when I came here, I was here with my two friends and stayed 18 days in the rainforest. So right now I have so many questions about survival skills. Maybe later I will ask you a lot of questions about how to survive in the field. So right now you are able to see some of the plantations with the features of the rainforest, and also this place is a national rainforest park. So this is a Wuzhishan area of the Hainan Rainforest National Park. For the national park, it has a very good forest coverage with over 95% of primitive forest. And also for this national park, it has the most continuous and intact rainforest area. And also we have the most diverse species inside of the rainforest. Also, it is quite rich of the biodiversity, because in this place, it is of high elevation. We have so many different types of the plantations, and also we have very good weather in this rainforest park. We also able to find some of the specialized species in Hainan province. For example, for this plantation in front of us, at least we have 5 different species here. And also we have many exclusive species in Hainan province. So let's start our journey. So just now we are talking about the plantations, and also we are talking about the white fern in Hainan province. So for the white fern, it is also very exclusive in Hainan province. Even though there are many categories of fern in the world, but we have the white fern that is exclusive in Hainan province. Also, I would like to tell you more about the exclusive animals in Hainan province. So that is the Hainan gibbons. And also the gibbons is known as one of the endangered species in China. And also we have the Tulu deer, and also we have the yunbao, the leopard, and also we have many insects in the rainforest of Hainan province. Because we have very good ecological environment here, that's why we have so many different species existing here. Just take a look at this one. We are seeing the trees, they actually grow on top of a rock. Why is that? Because in this place we have sufficient rainfall, so that's why we are able to grow all of these trees. So this is thanks to the special natural resources in Hainan province. We have sufficient sunlight and rainfall. Because of that, so for all of these trees, they have room to grow, and also they have a favorable condition to grow. So I believe there were so many different butterflies existing in this area. Yes, indeed. We have dotted butterfly, and also we have the yellow pattern butterfly, etc. And if we go past some of the streams, we have less plantations, and also we are able to find many butterflies. Well, actually, I was quite distracted by the insects. Here, I can see many different kinds of the butterflies. Especially in a spacious place, you are able to see some butterfly. Can you see the net? Actually, that is the net weaved by the spider. I think this is quite large. The length is about like 80 centimeters.
这个网它大概是已经结到了，在2棵树之间，我就是有一个接近2米长的一个这个蛛丝的一个长度了。
So between these two trees, actually you could see the spider web. I think it is at least 2 meters. Maybe that is not clear in front of the camera.
大石头之间连接起来了。
So now you could see the web is connecting the rock and the tree. Why this web can be lasted for such a large area? Because I think for some of the thread, they are quite sticky, and that's why we are able to see such a large web between the rocks and the trees. With the large size of the spider web, they are able to capture more insects. Even though you are not able to see it from the camera, make sure you pay a personal visit to this national park, that you may see some of the wonders here. And in this place, we have so many butterflies. So for this one, you could see it is yellow. So maybe we could fix the camera to see if we could capture some of the butterfly. Well, I think this is not the ideal place. Maybe we should visit a very spacious place, and then we may able to capture some of the butterfly. Again, we are entering into another plantation area. So when I come to this place, it also reminds me of the Jurassic Park, because for some of these plants, maybe they're commonly seen in the film Jurassic World. So for some of these plantations, they're quite specialized, and maybe we should take a look at the trunk of the fern. Take a look at this one. I think for this spider, it's larger than the other one. Also, you're able to see the web is actually built upon the fern. So this is what we call the white fern. And it is very tall, it's just like an umbrella. So for some of these like plants, if it could reach to a really tall, meaning that these are maybe trees. However, this is not a tree, this is a fern. And in the rainforest, we have another plant, which is named Phayre. And this is also an endangered species as well. Except for some of the plantations, you are able to see some of the flowers. So, and also for these flowers, they are actually grown together with the trees. Especially for some plants, if they're quite rough on their skin, and then you are able to see some of the flowers. But for this one, you could see it's quite smooth, and you are not able to see some of those flowers. Because for the flowers, they also need to absorb some of the water content. And for example, we have another species called sanjiaofeng, and in this kind of trees, they're quite rough on the surface, and then you're able to see so many flowers on top of it. Look at this one. This web is very large. As we have so many insects, that's why we have so many spiders, because they could feed themselves with the insects. So this is the place that we could see so many different insects. And for this one, it has a very beautiful yellow wing. And for some of the butterfly we just saw, and also we are seeing some of the yellow color, I think this is quite eye-catching. I think this is also quite risky, because for some of the predators, they may easily identify all of these insects and the butterflies, and they will become the targets. Well, for some of the baby insects, they tend to show the bright color. But for human beings, we think this is sending out an alarm, because if we look at some of the bright animals, meaning that they're toxic. And in this area, we are expecting to see some of the manatees. And these are also endangered species in China. And I believe the rainforest will be considered as a heaven for all the different species. So we have to protect the primitive rainforest, and then this will also make contribution for the future development for human beings. We just look at some of the plantations, insects, and also we are looking at some of the amphibian. And I think it is not easy to find out, to spot some of the insects. So what about this one? This is what we call the four-legged lizard. I think for this lizard is trying to get some sunlight. I think for lizard, maybe it tend to stay in cool place. No, I think for the four-legged lizard, they tend to stay in a dry surface, or it would like to find out a place to enjoy some sunlight. So right now you could see the lizard is like staying on the trunk. We have to move slower. And also the color is quite silent. It is not easy to identify the lizard. Especially in the mating period, the belly of the lizard will turn red or green. Well, here we go, we find another large spider. I have an impression when we come here, if you look at some of the web, if the web is larger, and then you're able to find out more insects. So for this one, you could see the spider is large in size. I think it is full, and he doesn't need to make a large web to capture all of the insects. So basically, they will try to weave the web in the evening time. Here we have a very interesting Q&A session. So this is one of the advertising we have made. So maybe we could ask the question to our audience. To be honest, I think this is a very difficult question. For example, how many toes of the leg of a frog? I think this is very difficult to answer. So that's why you have to pay closer attention to these animals. Otherwise, it is difficult to get the answers right. And also, it asks about the differences of the eggs of the snake and the eggs of the frog. So I think it's an opportunity for you to get to know more about the ecological environment and also the species. We just talked about the frog. In the rainforest, especially in the Wuzhishan area, we have our own species of frog. There are many frog species. So for the larger one, it is about like 20 centimeters. For smaller one, it's like 10 centimeters. So if you go past by the stream or riverside, if you hold your breath, actually you could hear the sound of the frog. So if you're walking inside of the rainforest park, you have to be careful. So because just now we go past by a very dangerous species. This is another species, this is another spider. So when it tries to capture the target, it will actually produce some of the toxic elements. Now we are trying to go past by the streams. So when we come here, we also like to talk about the wilderness survival. First of all, we need to find out the direction. Before you enter into the primitive rainforest, you need to do some homework. For example, which way you need to head. If you get lost in the rainforest, that is very dangerous. First of all, you need to find out the direction. You could watch the direction of the sun, because by watching the sun, you could actually identify the east and the west, or you could look at the color of the skin of the tree to identify the direction. And third, you could try to find out the water sources. So when you enter into the forest, you need to find out where is the water, because water is an essential part for the wilderness survival. When you enter into the rainforest, even though you are not able to find out water, you could find bamboo, and you are able to get some water from the bamboo. Just now I just saw a dragonfly. So if you want to get some water from the bamboo, make sure you bring a sharp knife. So first you need to identify the direction. With the direction you're able to find the water, and then you need to bring a very sharp knife. With the knife you're able to dig some of the bamboo shoots. You could eat some of the bamboo shoots. Or you could find out some of the insects, because for some insects they are full of protein. And for the preparation stage, and you need to find a good partner, an experienced partner, or you need to get some medicine just in case. Well, there's tons of stuff you need to get prepared before you start your field survival trip, especially before you enter to a rainforest you have never been to before. Make sure you travel with groups where you find a tour guide, so you could uncover the mysteries. And when we are coming all along, we could see some of the insects, or maybe there are some of the reptiles. There were so many reptiles in the rainforest, but the reptiles will not come to you because they would like to hide themselves below the leaves, because they like the humidity, and these are the perfect habitat for the reptiles. Did you hear some sound? So this is also one type of the frog.
这个青蛙的声音听起来会让我误以为是某种鸟鸣。
是，很多。
Well, actually, it is very difficult to tell the differences of the sound of the frog versus bird. Just now I thought I found a bird, but actually that is the sound from a frog. I believe the frog is quite near. So when we hear the sound of the frog, and then we will try to find it in the stream.
这个是一个比较稀有的物种，真的可以好好看。
这是海南应该是特有的一个物种。
靠近昆虫有什么？
Also, we are able to find a very rare species. How to approach the insects? Make sure you move slowly.
这个 很多人误以为它只有
If you get to this insect slower, and then it's not able to see you. So for some people, they think for this kind of insects, it have 2 wings, but actually it has 4 wings, because the other 2 wings are transparent. So for this one, I think it has only 1. No, it has 2 transparent wings. Oh, it's gone. If you move too fast, then it will escape.
可以给到在阳光下它的颜色会显得更漂亮。
太美了。
它的速度一定要慢。
And if you look at this insect under sunlight, it will present more colors. I think they're just trying to take a short break on the leaf.
没错。今天我们带大家看了一些像海南的梭罗，
Because of the time limitation, that is our part in the national park in the Hainan province. So today we're able to see the white fern and also the Hainan insect, and also we're able to see the local lizard and the frog. However, for these species, they are very small parts of the species in the Hainan rainforest. If you're really interested in all of these animals and the creatures, make sure you pay a personal visit to the rainforest in Hainan. And for rainforest, it's a very mysterious place. We welcome you here. So bye for now, and back to the studio and the guest. Thank you so much for the excellent introduction. And today we actually have a chance to pay a visit to the Hainan rainforest. Do you want to pay a visit there? Yes. Because just now we are only seeing one lizard in the rainforest in Hainan. I didn't expect that for that lizard really like sunlight. Actually, for most of the reptiles, they really like sunlight because it is quite moisture in the rainforest. So once there's a sunlight, for most of the reptiles, they would like to enjoy some of the sunlight. And during the live streaming, actually for our two guests, they are talking about the animals, talking about the creatures, the plantations. Also, they are talking about some of the surviving skills. So here I would like to ask a question to you two. So what are the precious plantations in the rainforest of Hainan province? Well, as you said, there were so many precious plantations in Hainan province. So we talk about the flowers. And especially, I will mention we have a special one called dendrobe. And dendrobe is specialized in the Hainan province. For some of these species, they have to grow on the trees or on the branches. However, for some types of the flowers, for example, the rubbers in the greenwood and Amphibian, and some of these, maybe they have to grow on the land. But however, in Hainan province, it's quite different. And for the coral and also the dendrobe, and for these two species, they need to get the nutrition from the leaves, and that's why for the dendrobes, they tend to grow on top of the branches of the tree. And also, I would like to talk about another plant. And this is a very famous one that is called the Dalbergia. And for the Dalbergia, it's also wild and also live only in the rainforest area. And in grow at a very slower pace. So to some extent, for this kind of species, it is unsustainable. For some people, they just have this misunderstanding. They think if we have the seed, we are able to grow the plants. However, for the Dalbergia, the albergia, you have to wait for several years in order to grow this kind of plants. And even it takes about 300 to 500 years to see one mature grow the albergia. As it takes a really long time to grow, that's why for our human beings, we need to provide a better ecological environment for it to grow. So now I would like to talk about the reptile. My question is to Mr. Wang Kai. So we just talked about the reptile. You mentioned the turtles, the yellow turtles. Are there any other species? Well, because of the geological condition in the Hainan province, so we understand that for the turtles, it is very easy for them to survive. And also, for some of the species, they're just specialized in the Hainan province. For example, some of the species are named after Hainan. For example, we have the Hainan snake, and also we have the Hainan frog. For these two species, they're just specialized in Hainan. You're not able to find these species in other places. And also we have the four-patterned turtle in Hainan. So for some of these, we are not able to identify this amphibia in other places. So I have another question, because right now we have many endangered creatures, and also we have endangered plantations. What happens if some of these endangered creatures eat some of the endangered plantations? Shall we have some human interaction? Well, actually, that is a natural procedure, because this is how nature works. This is how the ecosystem works. I think this is a very interesting question. So the question is, what happens if the endangered creatures eat endangered plantations? Shall we have some human intervention? So now I would like to introduce another expert, Dr. Xiao Fanrong. So he is a college teacher at the School of Life Science of Hainan Normal University. So can you tell us more about your specialization? I'm from the Hainan Normal University, so I am focusing on the ecological conservation on the amphibian. So that is my subject and specialization. And today Mr. Xiao will take us on a tour on a special place inside of the Hainan Normal University. So what is this? I would like to ask the question to Mr. Shi. So we also have a mini museum inside of the Normal University. So this is a turtle museum. This is also quite representative of Hainan province. We talk a lot about the biodiversity, and actually in the world we have about over 50 test units, and in Hainan province we also have about 17 test units. So also I would like to give you some introduction about the endangered species in the rainforest of Hainan province. So first we will talk about some of the civilization and the culture. For example, the evolution of the character. This is the evolution of the character turtle.
中国有四灵、龙凤、麒麟还有龟，这4个里面只有龟是真实存在的，是吧？
So actually, the turtle is one of the wonders in China, and actually turtle is real existence. And also we will talk about the diversity of the turtles, as well as the testudinate.
剩下的就是在大洋洲和南美洲有分布的这些，就是叫侧颈龟，它的头缩不进去。
And in this area, we are talking about the different species existing in the 4 continents.
这个就是简单一个龟的化石。龟的化石的话，原来说是岩鳄龟，那当然。
And also, we are showing some of the fossils of the turtles.
最早的，比如说在关岭发现一个叫半甲齿龟，然后再到这是2008年左右，然后到2015年，然后到2018年又在关岭又重新发现了，所以现在。
So we are talking about what happens in the Jurassic age, and also we are talking about what happens hundreds of years ago. And this also shows the evolution of the dinosaur, and also talks about the evolution of the turtles. And in this place, we are trying to simulate the living environment for the turtles. And in China, actually, we have like 3 types of turtles that have been live on the land.
那这个的话，之前记录在海南有分布，那实际上这么多年我们在野外调查，海南是没有凹甲陆龟的。
And also in this place, you could see for some of the skills of these turtles, they are in the different angles and also in the different positions. So for some of these are made based on the real samples. So we are able to find some of the wild skills, and we are trying our best to reserve some of these skills. And look at this one. This one is specialized in Hainan province. And now you could see for the skirt is actually in a different shape. And the function of this kind of turtle is trying to protect itself. Because of this structure, it could carry more pleasure. And all of these are thanks to the natural evolution. And also we are talking about some of the turtles existing overseas. Because you could see for their neck, they tend to turn into a different position. And also we are able to see some of the freshwater turtles.
刚刚又把中国的全部独立出来，然后和越南的分开了，分2个种。然后海南的话是一个特有亚种，在海南分布的是特有亚种。
So if look closer on this one, this is a small water turtle, and this is quite different as compared to the turtles found in Vietnam. We only found 2 of these in the rainforest.
就是大头平胸龟，这个在热带雨林里面，比如说吊罗山，我在做了大概4、5年的这个研究种群密度啊，还有。
And this one is also another species found in the rainforest in Hainan province.
重捕之后，有时候就把它移到2公里以外的下游，不在同一条河流里面。第2年再去捕，它又回来了。所以后面做了一个。
This is what we called the coral turtle.
像海龟一样，能定向，能找到自己。
We are trying to capture this kind of species for 2 times, because for this kind of turtle, they are quite loyal to their territory. So a few years ago, I also found this kind of turtle in the rainforest in the Yunnan province. And it is the first time that we found an endangered species in the rainforest.
那这个就是介绍一下，我们说的把中国龟都叫乌龟，对吧？把中国的龟都叫乌龟，实际上乌龟只是35个物种里面的其中一种，叫乌龟。这个
So even though we have a general name called turtle. However, turtle can be divided into different species.
对它的颜色，你看这个有些就比较。
Why we call it turtle? Because in Chinese we could see for most of the turtles, they are quite dark in their surface. That is why we call it turtles. In Chinese, literally we call it the dark turtles.
然后还有一个特征就是眼部可能看得到，这个有点，是不是这个镜头不太好啊？
I'm not sure you could see clearly the eyes of the turtles.
你看得到吧？
稍微看得清楚一点点。
对，那这就是这个分布比较广，现在韩国、日本都有分布，那可能是古代的时候有可能是引过去的。
So for some of the species, they actually distributed in different places, maybe back in the ancient times. There may be some exchange of the commerce, or some of the turtles, they have been migrating to different parts of the world.
那就主要看一下海南热带雨林里面有的。
曹老师，我们这些标本都是从哪里拿过来制作的？这个可以跟我们网友朋友们分享一下。
So where did we get some of these samples?
很多养殖是有养殖龟的嘛，像海南和广东这些有养殖龟的，比如刚才说那个金钱龟就是养殖场过来的嘛。
So in Guangdong province and the Hainan province, there are many like breeding centers. They are trying to breed some of the turtles, and after these turtles dead, they would like to send some of the samples to us for research. And also, we are receiving some of the turtle samples from the customs, and then they turn into fixed assets in this area.
绿海龟，这个就是在虽然国内没有这个分布，比如说这个叫蛇颈龟，但是这个野外放生的也比较多。这种蛇颈龟。
And this is what we call the snake neck turtle. We are not able to see in China. And actually, this is quite cute if we look at the appearance and the shape.
这个是黄头庙龟，这个应该是泰国外的那种大型的河豚。
And this is the yellow-headed turtle. And we are able to find this kind of turtles in Southeast China, in Southeast Asia, and especially in Thailand.
黄额比克应该是海南最有特色的一个闭壳龟了。
越南也有，越南那个就是。
This is also a yellow turtle. We are able to find it in the Hainan province. Also, we are able to find it in Vietnam. If we look at the shell, it is quite different.
刚才说的是曲颈龟头和四肢都能缩进去，对吧？但实际上。
So we are talking about for some of the turtles, they're able to hide their head inside of the shell.
把门带上了，
保护的更加好，是吧？保护的更加好。
And also for some of the coral turtles, you could see after they hide their limbs and heads, they actually could close off the whole shell.
那边把闭壳龟叫做那个俗名叫夹蛇龟，他们当地有传言，就是这个龟会去吃蛇，它咬住蛇之后缩进去，然后用那个腹甲把它夹死。 当然，这只是当地的一个传说嘛，有一个。
And also, they're talking that, especially in Taiwan, they're saying that for corals, they're able to kill the snake because they could use their shell to kill the snake. And also for this one, I think it's also very aggressive. But this one, it moves very slowly.
然后鱼一进来就一口就把它咬掉了。
And this turtle tried to catch some of the fish for its food.
这就是山瑞鳖。这是山瑞鳖，就是除了刚才王凯老师说的那个就是圆以外，这个就是海南比较大的一种，就是
中国第二大。
This is what we call the soft shell turtle.
它的皮肤是本来就是这个颜色吗，肖老师？
它的大概对，这个是颜色稍微深了一点。
So can you tell us more about the color of the skin? I think the real one may have a darker skin. So when we are making it into a sample, maybe we are putting extra elements to protect the soft shell turtle. So these are some of the samples of the turtle.
那就是简单的看一下，就刚才先把龟看一下龟吧，就是然后后面再介绍一些海南特有的蛇和蜥蜴。
So just now I have shown you some of turtles, and now I would like to show you some of the samples of the snakes and the leaps.
让我们肖老师调整一下镜头。两位老师现在目前看着感觉怎么样啊？逛的这个龟鳖馆。
欢迎两位老师来海南，就是。
How do you feel?
一直希望有机会能去海南。
这个就是刚才没说的黄额闭口龟。
If you have time, make sure you pay a visit to the Hainan Normal University and visit the
另外一
museum.
种叫平顶闭口龟，这两个物种，后面跟着它屁股跑，就装个发射器。
So once again, I would like to show you the yellow turtle. I actually installed the sensors on the turtles. I'm trying to understand the natural behavior of the turtles.
可以发现这两个物种，包括越南，是吧？都是这两个种都可以找到。这个叫平顶闭口龟。
Actually, we're able to find these two species in the Biluoshan mountain as well as in Vietnam.
但是它的这个就是顶是平的，所以就想弄懂它这两个是生活在热带雨林什么样的环境里面。
If you look closer on the shape of the shell, actually it is quite different compared to a regular turtle.
高度也比较矮一些。
By putting on the sensor, we are able to understand that for one of the turtle, it wants to enter into some of the caves, but for the other one, it will tend to hide itself into some of the leaves in the rainforest. So this is my studies and research.
当然我拿这个是比较小了啊。这个正常情况下，如果是同等大小的话，这个平顶闭口龟的头比较大。 黄鹅的头要小一些，那最后在野外发现它们的食性。
And also for these two turtles, actually the size of their head are different. And also for these two turtles, they basically eat everything. They will eat insects, for example, the insects from the butterfly. And also for these turtles, they would like to eat mushrooms. But also they have like different habits. For one of it, you could see for the head, the shape of the head is larger, so it also demonstrates that their eating habits are a little bit different.
老师闭口龟的文章之前我还读到过，非常有意思。
肖老师，
这个就是刚才我们说的典型的陆龟，对吧？典型的陆龟都是高拱的，但是这个叫顶冠陆龟。我们现在有个留学生，课题组有个留学生在肯尼亚。
So this is the small water turtle. And for this kind of small water turtle, it is very famous in Kenya. And for this one, you could see the shell is quite flat. So for this kind of turtle, it would like to enter into the cracks of the stone or rocks. And some people may think the shell is quite hard. However, for this one, you could actually push down the shell. So for this kind of turtles, it would like to enter into some of the cracks of the rocks. So if they are hidden themselves in the rocks, we are not able to catch them.
那这个的话就是刚才我们说的这个四眼板水龟，四眼板水龟是那个就是石老师来到，就是石海涛教授来到海南研究的第一个物种，所以我们课题组对四眼板水龟的感情是比较深的。我研究的硕士期间研究的也是这个四眼板水龟。那这个就是四眼板水龟。
So this is the one I have been studying during my postgraduate period. So we are naming this turtle as the four-eye turtle. So actually it is not literally like four eyes because it has like two patterns just like eyes. That's why we call it the four-eye turtle.
它的相隔距离比较远，是呈个几字形的。然后广东分布的就是一个呈个V 字形的，就后面这两个。
If you look at the layout of the patterns, you could see it have been demonstrating in the character V. And this one is quite specialized in Hainan province. So just now we are seeing some of the samples, but now we have prepared some of the live turtles. And also I just tell you how to identify the gender. If the eyes are green, meaning that this is a male turtle, and if it is in the eyes are yellow, meaning that it is a female turtle. Or you could actually look at the tail to tell the gender of the turtle. So now we are looking at the reproductive systems of the two turtles so that we can identify the gender of the turtles. And also if you look at these two turtles, you could see for the patterns on their shells are quite different. But if you look at the live turtles, it is very difficult to look at its head.
哇，他正在看向我们的镜头，观众朋友们能看到吗？两只都出来了，哇，这个画面有点魔性。
Can you see it? Now you could see for the two heads of the turtles. Actually, they're saying hi to our audience. So right now they're interacting with our audience. Now for this one, you could see the color of the neck is quite bright. And if their eyes are green, meaning that it is a male turtle.
那这个的话就是去年2021年就是国家重点保护名录出来以后。 是2级嘛，但是之前不是2级保护动物。我们研究这个物种大概20年了。
So back in 2021, and this kind of turtles are identified of level 2 protection species in China.
异地保护有一关就是要把繁殖突破，所以这个物种我们的繁殖已经突破了。
哇，太活泼了！
So I think this time we have to pay attention to the breeding of the turtles. Well, due to the time limits, that's the part for the Turtle Museum. Hopefully, in the future, we have the chance to visit the Hainan Normal University to get to know more about the turtles. And just now, we are visiting the Hainan Normal University, and Mr. Xiao have gave us a lot of explanation about the varieties of the turtles and the soft-shell turtles. So we could see there are biodiversity in the museum, and also we could see for some of local people, they are quite enthusiastic about the conservation of the turtles. We are quite impressed by his passion. And now I have another question for the reptile. So what is the function for the reptile in the ecosystem? For the reptile, actually, it have played a transitioning function to build the ecosystem. For the reptile, for some of them, they will catch smaller insects, and also we have the large-sized reptiles, and also we have the amphibian. So for these two types of the species, they are trying to maintain the ecology. Thank you. Now I would like to give you another guest. So I would like to invite Gao Tingyu to join us. and also he is a Winter Olympics medalist. So today when I look at the live streaming, it reminds me of the time I spent in Hainan province. So with this live streaming, I hope all of you can join me, and also we could embark a journey to the rainforest in the Hainan province. So now I would like to ask a question. So what is the rare species in the Hainan rainforest? So if you get the answers right, and then you are able to receive a present. So in the last part, actually Gao-Ting asked a question. Now I would like to ask the question again. So what is the significant species or rare species in the Hainan rainforest? So what is the key or what is the highlight of the species in the Hainan rainforest? Make sure you leave a comment and interact with us. So for the rainforest conservation, any reminders or suggestions to the general public? We always think like rainforest is a place that is quite remote, and especially for people who are living in the city center. They always think that rainforest may be another part of the world. We don't have any relations with the rainforest, but actually we are closely related to the rainforest. For example, today we talk about the carbon neutrality. For rainforest, it is like a warehouse to preserve carbon. If the rainforest cannot be well preserved, it will lead to severe consequences because it will generate extra carbon dioxide. And the earth will turn into a place that no longer suits the survival of our people. And also, we could get a lot of knowledge from the rainforest. It's more than your imagination. And actually today, we hear a lot of stories, and all of these stories are closely related to the rainforest. For example, in the tropical area, and some people need to eat more spices. And for some spices, they're actually generated from the rainforest, and also we're able to find some of the herbal medicines from the rainforest. And also I would like to mention the disease, for example, the diarrhea. And in the past, before we have the Western medicine, we are able to get some of the natural herbal medicine that can cure our disease. So in the future, if there's no rainforest anymore, then we may lose a huge amount of resources. So this is a loss for all human beings. And also we talk about some of the animals, for example, the toxic spiders and also the toxic snakes. Even though we know they're toxic, they may generate some of the venom. However, for all of these venoms, they could be used for medical services. We have to preserve some of these venoms and all of these resources for future scientific studies and research. So that's why we need to have a sustainable conservation of the rainforest. And also that is the ultimate goal and the purpose for us to preserve the rainforest. Very impressive, especially the two guests also talking about the significance about the rainforest. It is not just about providing the oxygen to human beings. We also need to understand the value of the rainforest. Before we get to know more about the rainforest, first of all, we have to better conserve the rainforest. rainforest.
热带雨林旗舰物种是什么呢？我看我们直播间有的
So
朋
right
友
now
猜
I
的
would
是
like
通天
to
树。
unveil the answer
通天树应该就是
for
我
the
们
question
所知
raised
这个
by
这个望
Gaoting.
天树这个热带雨林是不是没有？史军老师，对吧？
在云南，
对吧？
So
对
actually
吧？看场
Gaoting
了，
is
看错场了。
asking
那海南的旗舰物
what
种
is
是什么
the
呢？哎，我看到很多朋友已
signature
经开始
the
答了。
signature
没错，就是
species
我们
in
的
the
海
Hainan
南长臂猿，
rainforest.
也是刚刚我们听声音猜动物中的第一种动物。
So that is the Hainan gibbons.
那我们
Especially
现
we're
在
quite
来
impressed
公布一下
by
我们
the
这
sound
位
of the
获奖
gibbons.
的观众，他的 ID 名称是外星人笔
Alright,
记。
now I
恭喜
would
您
like
获得我们
to
今天海南场的精美礼品，谢谢您的
get the
参与，也
lucky
谢谢您的
audience.
守候，同时也感谢我们两
Congratulations.
位老师今天跟我
And
们
we will
从云
send
南游
out
到海
a
南，
special
然后
gift
在
for
海南给
you.
我们分享了这么
Once
多有
again,
意思的
thank
观
you
点，让
very
我们
much
看到
for
了这个一
joining
线
us
科研人员
for
的这种
our
激情和
tour
热情，
of
希
the
望我们以后也保
rainforest
持着这样的
from
激
Yunnan
情，带更
province
多的人
and
去
to the
探索我
Hainan
们的雨林，
province.
保护我们
Also,
的
we
雨
are
林。谢谢两
quite
位老师，我们
impressed
下次再见。
by the R&D personnel who are working in Yunnan and Hainan. Thank you very much for your participation.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk.
大象的，刚好快点，快点！
哦，我刚刚看到了。
But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction.
绿色是什么？
还有锋利的牙齿。
On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests.
我准备下水了。
Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. Every dawn, the first sunshine turns Boangling Mountain into a swelling woodland chorus. Hainan black-crested gibbons begin their morning calls. The howling sounds of male gibbons and the chattering females and their offspring echo in the lush rainforest. Such harmonious vocalizations are used to strengthen the family cohesion. The male is almost entirely black, with a crest-like tuft on top of the head, while the golden-coated female is crowned with a black patch, hence the black-crested in their name. With a standing height of less than 50 centimeters, they resemble newborn infants with incredibly long arms. They have an arm span of 170 centimeters, which compares to the average height for Asian men. These agile creatures rarely walk on the ground. They are masters of acrobatics. The dense canopy of the forest is like a highway for them to swing through. Grabbing a springy branch, they can easily toss themselves to another tree 5 meters away at a speed of up to 3 meters per second. Flying smoothly through the air, they never miss a single swing. Hainan black-crested gibbons usually practice polygamy. The parents and their minor children form a warm and happy family. The father acts as a protector, while mothers raise their cubs. When the young males grow up, they are kicked out of the family to live on their own. If the boy failed in becoming the alpha male of any other gibbon groups, it may live a life of solitude. As an arboreal ape, the Hainan gibbon spends most of the time on treetops. The primordial tropical rainforest acts as the perfect shelter for the gibbons. A variety of sweet fruits, fragrant blossoms, and juicy foliage provide abundant meals throughout the year. Occasionally, they eat insects and small lizards as a protein and calcium supplement. With no cheek pouches to store food, Hainan gibbons eat slowly and methodically. It picks its favorite ripe fruit, peels it with the teeth, and takes out the kernel with a nimble tongue. Eventually, it savors the flesh elegantly, like a fastidious and nitpicking gourmet. The tropical rainforest in Bawangling Mountain is the only habitat of Hainan gibbons on the planet. Being a critically endangered species, the Hainan gibbon has a population of merely 29, less than 2% of the giant panda in the wild. Dwelling in a sanctuary, safeguarded by humans, they can survive and thrive.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone around the world. Welcome to CGTN's live stream. I'm Ning. Yes, it's me again. So if you only just joined our live stream, today we are talking about rainforest. And if you have been sticking with us for the past 4 hours, you must have got some pretty good knowledge on the rainforest in Brazil, Peru, Yunnan, and Hainan. When we think about rainforest, we tend to think of it being quite isolated from the urban area. But because of some geographical constraints, some countries are trying to explore their ways to accomplish urban development while preserving their original rainforest resources. So in this live stream, I'm going to show you something different. I'm going to show you how rainforests and cities coexist. But before we start, I'm going to ask you a very, very easy question. Does Singapore, the country Singapore, have their own rainforest? Now, I'm going to ask that in Chinese, obviously. 观众朋友们听好了，我现在要问一个问题，请问新加坡有没有自己的雨林呢？如果你知道答案，或者你可以猜到答案的话，请把你的回答写在我们的评论区，因为一会儿在直播中，我们将对幸运观众进行抽奖。对，这个是一个有奖问答，所以我们要积极主动参与问答。Okay, I'm from and I live in a city where forest coverage is only over 40%, so I'm obviously no good to explain this topic. That's why I've invited someone who is actually from a place where rainforests and cities coexist. Let's hear what she has to say and what her understanding and experiences of the coexistence of cities and rainforests. Let's welcome Xiuwen. Hi, Xiuwen. Thank you for taking part. How are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Xiuwen, and I'm a Singapore fresh graduate from the National University of Singapore. And today, I'm so happy to be here to chat with you about our unique forest city.
So you are born in Singapore and you grew up there, right?
That's right.
So what does it feel like? Tell us about what it feels like living in a city, in a country where you have both rainforests and cities all in one place.
I think it certainly feels great. It's like having the best of both worlds for us. So, I mean, since a young age, we are very accustomed to living in forest spaces. Like our children, we play in playgrounds with plants all around us. And even our elderly, they have their daily workouts in the parks. And it's usually just less than a 5-minute walk away from where we live. So it's a very different lifestyle than the other countries that I've traveled to. It's a unique integration between the city and as well as our nature spaces. So it offers the world a different kind of perspective of how we can coexist with our nature spaces.
That sounds so fun. I wish my childhood was like that. So now you're all grown up, and in your free time, do you do any sort of nature-based activities?
I think it's very hard for a Singaporean to go around without doing any activities that's related to the nature. So for me, myself, I actually do enjoy water sports quite a bit. And since Singapore is an island, we do have a lot of beach and a lot of coast areas. So in my free time, I've actually tried kayaking on top of swimming, of course. I've tried kayaking. I've tried snorkeling as well. And there's also a lot of freshwater spaces beside these coastal areas where we can also engage in these kind of water sports.
I know you've described it as so fun, but I think it's very difficult for our audience to, get the beauty and wonder of how amazing Singapore actually looks. So how about we show them through a video you made?
Hi everyone, I'm Shuwen, and some of you might recognize me as the 2019 representative of Singapore at the Hanyu Chinese Bridge competition. Today, I will be your local tour guide, and I'm so excited to take you through this urban jungle where we call home, Singapore. With just 283 square miles, Singapore is one of the smallest nations in the world. But at the same time, we are packed with a population of more than 5 million. That's more than 18,500 people per square mile. If you've watched Crazy Rich Asians, you might think that Singapore is a concrete jungle full of skyscrapers, cityscapes, and fast transportation. And yes, we are also known to have a thriving economy, which is based on innovation and technology. But those who have actually been here would tell you otherwise, that this is an island city full of green spaces and lush plants. You might wonder, so many people but so little space. How does Singapore still maintain so much nature spaces without threatening the need to build economic infrastructure? Well, the answer is meticulous urban planning. In Singapore, we are used to living with gardens and parks available everywhere. Each neighborhood has their own floral and fauna preserved and incorporated into our everyday spaces. Singapore envisions a lush green metropolis with eye-catching vertical and high-rise vegetation. The vision is intertwined with human well-being and economic prosperity. It is also a practical example of the societal advantages of preserving nature as an integrated element of our urban setting. Besides being visually pleasing, these green spaces also purify the air and cool down the tropical environment. Here's one of the spaces in Singapore that features a curious integration of architecture and nature. Marina One is a billion-dollar project to build a commercial, residential and office building in one of the prime central business districts of Singapore. And the most ambitious part of the project is right here at the Green Heart. Connecting all 4 towers, this area is thriving with thousands of plants, trees, and even a waterfall. There are also sky bridges and terraces covered with flora, totaling to about 160,000 plants. According to developers, the biodiversity here at Marina One is sufficient enough to fill 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Since the country gained independence in 1965, rapid urbanization and economic development has resulted in the loss of up to 95% of our historical forests. In 1968, our founding father, the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, began to plan a city that is embedded within a garden,
with the goal of improving the quality of life. Since then, parks and nature reserves have taken up roughly 10% of Singapore's area. We begin to realize the dangers of losing our nature spaces forever. Therefore, the government has came up with strategies to protect the country's unique wildlife ecosystem. We started to preserve our flora and fauna in nature reserves such as Bukit Timah and Sungai Buloh. Do you find it a little noisier here? That's because I've taken the bus right here to the side of a main road that's right outside the Central Catchment Nature Reserve. This is the largest nature reserve in Singapore, occupying 2,880 hectares. Come explore what we have here. You see monkeys resting along the side of the road and on top of the trees by the road. Forming one large breathing green lung in the middle of the city, the Central Catchment Reserve is home to one of Singapore's most famous international attractions to the world, the Singapore Zoo. Nature reserve have about 500 animal species, including crab-eating macaques, colugos, common tree shrews, Sunda slow lories, as well as the Sunda pangolin. This is also home to wild species such as the red sunbird, larger racket-tailed drongo, as well as kingfishers. Severely endangered bat species have also been spotted here. BirdLife International has designated this reserve, along with the neighbouring Bukit Timah Reserve, as the Central Forest's important bird area because it supports population of threatened birds such as the straw-headed bulbul. As you can see now, it just started raining heavily outside, and here we are taking shelter under this tree, which forms a natural umbrella where there's no rain. This is one of the most famous attractions at the Central Catchment Area. The HSBC Treetop Walk that opened in 2004 is a 250 meters long suspension bridge that links MacRitchie's two highest points, Bukit Pierce and Bukit Kalang. It usually gets quite warm after a rainy day, which is what happened just now actually. And this bridge can get kind of shaky because it's a suspension bridge after all. For those with an extreme fear of height, I think this might be a bit challenging. The actual distance between the suspension bridge and the ground can be more than 25 meters at its highest point. So these kind of educational panels are everywhere along the trails. I think it's very important to educate the next generation on the importance of preserving our natural habitat. Oh, so if you guys look over there, you can see the reservoir. You can see that there's a golf course, an endless stretch of forest in the nature. What a climb. I really do need to take a break. It's nice that there are huts like this everywhere that provides a resting station for us trekkers. Here I am on the Jelutong Tower. This is a 7-story observation deck that gives visitors an unobstructed view of the forest. Right there over the horizon, you can actually very clearly see buildings. Just a walking distance away from our forest. Those are actually commercial and residential buildings that we live and play in. This distance from the jungle shows you how integrated our living spaces are with these green areas. Our recreational activities in Singapore is also highly integrated with these forest spaces. Besides taking a hike in these areas, we enjoy a range of activities with minimal disturbance to these parks and its ecosystem. For example, there are mountain biking trails at the Chestnut Nature Park. Visitors to the MacRitchie Reservoir can also enjoy kayaking in the water spaces. That's that! This is all I have as a brief introduction to our jungle city. There's a lot of debates and challenges on developing a sustainable green city. This problem of juggling our environment and the economy will only grow bigger from here. Singapore may not be the perfect solution,
Oh, trust me, we ourselves are working on a couple of environmental issues right now. But when it comes to demonstrating an effective, sustainable development for tropical cities, it is one of the best models to consider. Just ask any one of us if we love the greenery around us, and the answer will always be yes. Even better, come visit us and experience this for yourself.
Thank you, Shiwen. That was a very informative video, and I really enjoyed your tour around the city and the urban forest you have. So, but I was a little bit confused. Is McRitchie Reservoir a part of where you were, or it's a totally different forest?
It's actually a nature reserve that is right in the center of the city. So it's a little far from where I live, but by bus it's actually just a 20-minute bus ride away. So it's actually not that far at the same time.
It still sounds quite close, but have you been there?
Of course, I've been there multiple times. It's actually a very popular destination for Singaporeans to actually spend our weekend time to hike or like to enjoy water sports like kayaking there.
Do you have any other plans to explore or to hike in a forest that's like McRitchie Reservoir?
Definitely. Actually, I've just been to the Bukit Brown Trail. It's a bit older than and less developed than the McRitchie Nature Park. So it's more rustic in a way that you can find things like abandoned tombs, cemeteries, as well as abandoned cars there. It's more challenging to hike there because there are no directions or like road signs like the ones that we have at McRitchie. So there's really a variety of natural spaces and parks that we can choose from.
Can you tell me when did you go to McRitchie Reservoir? Or has it always been there? Is it always there? The forest, is it always there?
Yes, it has been there since I think the last century.
Oh.
It was developed into a nature park in the early part of this.
So the reason why I asked that question is because I have personally been to Singapore, but it was probably close to 20 years ago. I feel a little old saying that, but it's true. I went there I can't remember, but it was nearly 20 years ago. So from what I remember, Singapore was very clean. The streets were so tidy, you couldn't really see any rubbish, and the air was always so fresh to me. So I think it must have something to do with the amount of flora and plants you have in the country.
Yes, definitely. So the amount of, as I've mentioned in the video, the amount of plants that are around us, they actually serve as a sort of natural air purifier. So Singapore, like every country along the equator, is very hot and humid throughout the year. So having these plants around, it really keeps our temperatures down and also keeps our air fresh.
So as a young and passionate Singaporean, what do you think people should do to make Singapore greener, or just simply keep the green green?
I think we do have a lot more things to work on in terms of making Singapore a more environmentally friendly place. One best place for us to start would be to start conserving more plastic bags and to use less plastic products.
Right. Thank you so much, Shiwen, for taking part today, and we really enjoyed your video. And I hope you keep bringing on the positivity. And having a coexistence to the jungle and the cities definitely sounds quite impressive. And it's not just us, or just us foreigners who find it surprising. Apparently, a lot of Singaporean people, they don't really know, or they weren't familiar with the green spaces in the country. So here's a video of a forest in Singapore called Clementi Forest, and it was shot by a nature enthusiast. The video went viral in 2020 during COVID, and why did it go viral? Let's watch the video first, and then we'll talk about it. This is such an absolutely stunning video. This stunning video was filmed by Bryce Lee, and he is a nature explorer and is keen on protecting the greenery of Singapore. And today we actually have him on the show. Bryce, welcome.
Hey, hi, thanks for inviting me here. Yeah,
thank you for being here. Because your video went viral, so I read something about you, but our audience don't really know about you. So can you tell us about something like your personal nature exploration experiences? Like how many years have you done it, and when did you start doing it?
Okay, my name is Bryce Lee. I'm 53 years old. I started interested in nature since primary school. Actually, I was not paying attention in the class. I always look out to the windows and look at trees.
I think this is what all of us do.
I saw this bluebird was perching on the tree, you know. So I wondered, what is this bird? You know, it's a blue and white body, you know. So not until 1983, you know, when I started to join the Nature Society of Malaysian, then I found that there's this white collar kingfisher, you know. So after I joined the Nature Society, I began to join them for outing, for trips in Singapore and Malaysia. That's where I start to realize that, wow, you know, the rainforest is such a beautiful place, you know. And I began to start to venture into the local forest myself also. So ever since then, I have never stopped going into the forest.
You must have been to so many forests in your life because you started from a very young age. But can you remember how many forests you have been?
Okay, you talk about Singapore, right? Singapore is a rather small country. We are only about 724 square kilometers, you know. So within the 724 square kilometers, about 156 kilometers square is covered by greenery, include forest, park, you see. But the actual forest, the actual forest nature reserve is only about 3,000 hectares, you see.
Which Singapore rainforest do you find the most fascinating?
It's 80s, you see. So beside, the most fascinating is still the central catchment area. The central catchment, which is our nature reserve, because down there consists of primary forest and secondary forest, freshwater swamp forest also. Yeah. So the entire biodiversity of Singapore is concentrated there within the catchment area, and also Bukit Timah Nature Reserve.
So now many Singaporean people are still quite surprised about the fact that the country has such a coexistence for rainforests and cities. And I'm sure today we've surprised a lot of people with the videos you took. And is there anything else that you think we should know? Any more fun facts about the forests?
One thing about this Singapore forest, right? It holds one of the critical endangered species of birds called this. The six is in Singapore. We are holding about 12 to 34% of the population. We have 200 over these birds living in Singapore forest. You know, so that is very important. Yeah.
Is there any specific type of flora or plants that you want to show us?
Species of plant and forest is, I think the most important within the central catchment area is our Nee Soon Swamp Forest. Nee Soon Swamp Forest is not open to public because that is the last remaining tropical freshwater swamp forest. It holds a lot of a very high biodiversity of critical endangered species of plants there.
So I think we actually have a video that you shot from a while ago. So how about let's take a look?
Yes.
Well, that was a massive tree. I think it kind of reminds me of a tree that I saw in Yunnan when I was visiting the rainforest there. Is it called Paraschoria cathayensis?
Are you talking about the first tree or
yeah,
the
the
second
first
one?
tree. The very tall one.
The first tree is a pulai tree. That is a pulai tree. That is shot in Pulau Ubin, Pulau Ubin Island. That's the tallest tree in the Ubin Island. It's a pulai tree, common pulai tree. It's called Estonia, I think. Yeah, right. And it's about 40 meters. Yeah.
40 meters.
It's been there for many years. Yeah, 40.8 meters height. So yeah, that particular one, which is just shown in the video.
I might be wrong, but it looks really similar to the one I saw in Yunnan called Paraschoria cathayensis, which could be 80 meters high. And it literally, the Chinese name is literally looking up to the sky tree. So I think that's like a perfect description of the species. Like you said, you've been to so many rainforests. I wonder, do you do anything special in there? Like, do you immerse yourself and have some kind of inspiration?
Yes. Over the years, right? So over the years, I've been to the forest. So over the years, I have I have integrated all my activities together already. So when I start running, I've been running in the forest. You see. So I run in the forest and I trek. So when I see things, I see birds, I see plants, I see trees, I will stop and I will take video of it. You see. So when I take video of it, I will not just take video. I will wait for the best lighting. So while I'm waiting, I'm actually sitting down and I will totally immerse with the environment. So when I talk about nature immersion, is alone in the forest, sit down there or stand and just keep quiet and hear everything and see everything. So that is nature immersion. So that is completely cut off from the outside world. That is it's kind of get addicted. So that's why I'm still doing this now since secondary school.
Yeah, because I can see that, because you started exploring the nature since you said in primary school, so such a young age, and you are 53 now, and you're still doing it. So it's like a life passion for you. You are truly an enthusiast. I can see that because, are you at home? Because the background looks like an actual rainforest. Is that an actual rainforest, or is it your home decoration?
These are real plants. This is my studio. That's my work studio. I'm working alone here, so I make the environment like I'm in the forest. So I have plants, all these things, or growing around me. So yeah, I love plants. So
I can see.
I also try to,
I think it's become part of your life now. I don't think you can live without plants, can you?
I can't live without plants. I can't live without going to forest every week. I have to go inside.
You said every weekend or every week?
Every week. I will go to the forest almost every week.
So
because it's part of my life already. So.
How often do you do it? How often do you go out to the nature?
I do every week.
Like
I do every week.
So in your free time, do you like what time? Do you go in the morning, or do you go in the evening, or do you go all sort of time?
I go in the morning. I go in the morning. I don't do it only in my free time. I'll make time for it. So I don't do it just only free. So even though I'm not free, I'll make time for it because it's part of my schedule to be in the forest.
You're literally having the dream job of a lot of people. Like, I would like to have my job in the forest. I would like my job to be filming the forest, or documenting the images, or filming the animals there as well. You're literally living the life everyone wants. So you're very lucky.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Xiuwen, who is from a younger generation. So what is, like, you have been documenting the forest. So what is the message that you are trying to send out to the Singaporean people or to the rest of the world?
Because through the decades, I've seen destruction of our forests.
That's
to
true.
Development, to residential areas. Most beside the nature reserve, we still have a lot of secondary matured forests which is not protected. And these areas are stated for development in the future. It might not be now, but it might be for the next generation. So that's why I think it's very important for me to really capture, photograph and video of these places, at the same time share to the people in Singapore, so that they are aware of this area. So if they are aware of this area, they will start to love it. So when more people love the area, more people love the forest, right? The chances of saving it and protecting it is higher. So this is what I hope to do. Yeah. So Clementi Forest is a fine, good example. Because I have no intention to make it viral, just that I want to bring out the beauty of the place and just post it and share it. But it turned out to be it's a good thing. So it got the attention of Singaporean and I'm not sure whether is it because of the pandemic or is it because of the video. And people start to do a lot of trekking in our local forests.
Your videos are definitely one of the most spectacular videos of nature I've seen. So how about we watch something else from you?
Okay.
Wow, your videos are so amazing. Like, I think every frame of that video could be my laptop screensaver. So I need to download that video and make it my own screensaver. So I want to ask you, you've always spent time in forest. So if I was to go explore in a forest like this, would you give me some suggestions, like what I should bring, what I should be careful of?
There's nothing to be worried if you are trekking in Singapore forest. Okay, just wear something that you're comfortable. Just wear something that you're comfortable, So don't worry about getting dirty on your shoe, or don't worry about getting bites by mosquito, because these are part of experience of trekking in the forest, you see. So you will be bitten by some insect sometime, but not all the time, you see. Try to accept everything that you see inside that come to you, and even the insect, you see, and then just kind of so to be connected with the forest itself. So when you are comfortable with everything surround you, then you really enjoy the time in the forest. Even though when it's raining, don't run away from the rain. Walk in the rain.
I think I will run away from the rain.
There's so-called the negative ion happening when during the heavy storm. So enjoy the rain. Look up and let the rain drop on your face. You see, that kind of feeling is ecstasy. So Yeah, I mean,
it's
yeah,
kind of like
I
blending yourself into
yes,
this nature
yes,
reserve,
yeah,
this natural forest,
yes,
right?
Yes.
You know,
Yes,
I was
yeah.
talking.
Don't
I was.
avoid. Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Sherwin that I have been to Singapore myself, but it was close to 20 years ago. And last time when I went, I didn't, probably because I was too young, I didn't explore or visit any of these amazing forests. So it's definitely on my bucket list now. Next time when I have an opportunity to go to Singapore, I will definitely visit these forests. You have promoted it very well.
Thank you, thank you. Just call me. I can lead you into the forest.
Yeah, I will follow your steps. So it's absolutely a pleasure to talk to you today, Bryce, and I enjoyed our conversation so much. And I hope I can see you soon in our future live streams with CGT and Nature. And again, thank you very much for today.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
So actually, I don't know how many of you remember the question I asked you in the very beginning of this live stream. And I am going to reveal the answer. I know it's a very simple, easy answer. So it's, of course, Singapore has rainforest. 好，刚才呢，我们 直播最开始问了一个很简单的问题，就是新加坡有没有雨林？那这简直是一道送分题，对不对？所以现在呢，我的导播同事已经在耳返里面告诉我，是哪位幸运观众积极参与我们的互动，并且得到了奖励。那他的 ID 是 呀呼悠呼黑，这位朋友的 ID 是很逗的啊！恭喜这位朋友得到了奖品，虽然我也不知道奖品是什么。So we've had a good look on the rainforest in Singapore. Now I just wonder, what about its neighboring countries? Do they have similar urban planning so the coexistence works just as fine? To answer that, I have invited a friend from Malaysia, Roni Rao. Hi, Roni. How are you? How's it going?
Good. I'm good. Thank you for inviting.
Roni, can you sort of briefly introduce yourself to our audience so we know you better?
Hi, I'm Ronnie Rao. I'm actually an audio-visual consultant, but my love for nature has brought me to a lot of places. I love hiking, outdoors. I do a lot of outdoor activities, but hiking and forest is a big part of my life, actually.
But when? How many years have you been doing this? How many years have you been, hiking or exploring?
I started when I was.
Sorry.
I started when I was a Boy Scout in. I started when I was a Boy Scout in school, so that was in my secondary school. And then, of course, when I started working, there was a gap that I did not do much. But about 12 years ago, I picked it up again, and I started doing it to actually have more stamina. But eventually, I started spreading this good hiking habits to my friends and visitors.
Do you have your own organization or group of hikers that you go regularly?
Yes, I have a small group that I have a few groups actually, because each group have different purpose of the hike and also different form of stamina. So I choose which group I want to go with, depends on how long or where I want to hike. So I'll be a bit selective and to cater to the particular area.
Just like Bryce, you started from when you were at school as well. So what do you think is the difference, or are the differences between hiking or exploring a city, an urban forest and a remotely wild forest?
Okay, there's a major difference actually, because urban forests, in Malaysian case, our land area is about 330,000 square kilometers. So 60% is still forest. But in Klang Valley Central, where the capital city is Kuala Lumpur, there are patches of land or patches of forests here and there. So it's not integrated. So if you're talking about urban forests, it's very easy. Just from my office, 30 minutes, I'm in the forest. So it's very short, 1 hour, 2 hour hike. But when you're talking about rainforests, that takes about 3-4 hours. Of course, the preparation is different.
Right.
It's long preparation. So it's totally different arrangement.
I know you have a video of the rainforest, of the urban rainforest of Malaysia. So shall we go watch that?
Hi, I'm Ronnie, nature lover, hiker, and outdoor person. Today we're going to explore Ahitam Forest in Puchong, Selangor, Malaysia. Most of us will be wondering, if you're going to a forest, rainforest, it'll be far, far away from any sort of development, and you'll be thinking you might take about, say, 3 to 5 hours to just drive to the location. But no, in Malaysia, it's a very unique situation where our forest is within the suburban of the city. You can see here, it's surrounded by housing area, apartments, and at the other side is bordering the forest. So it's a unique experience that you have in Malaysia, that you can experience both town, urban and suburban, and a forest within the city. Now we are entering the main forest. We are greeted by the huge tree, tropical hardwood tree. This is a signboard by the local forestry office indicating what's the do's and don'ts, and you can start seeing huge trees. It's a hollow tree. Okay, I just want to highlight some things here. If you see this, the main trail, we are actually walking on the main trail. You can see the main trail is quite clear, but there's a smaller trail here. If you realize, a smaller path. It's not that clear, but this is a path that commonly used by animals. Okay, so you can see it's quite flattened, and the leaves are pushed and flattened out on the ground. So this is usually used by animals, small mammals, like wild boar, deer. This bird is Malaysian fantail, very active. So this is a lowland, we call it. Lowland forest is a forest that below 900 meters. The biodiversity in the forest is very rich here in terms of animals, movement, plants, trees, activities, water retention, ponds, lakes, streams and everything happen in this area. That's why this area is interesting to hike. When we talk about forests, we always overlook the functions and the effectiveness of bees and their contribution to the forest itself. So this is actually stingless bee. It's actually a beehive. It's a long beehive, you can see. It goes up until the down of the tree. There are two actually. This is one, and there's another one here. So the bees contribute. In fact, they are the most important insects, because pollination. They help in pollination, flowers, and also fruits. Because of their activity to get the nectar They actually help pollination work in the forest or anywhere, even in your garden. So when we have fruit trees, bees are the main contributors for the sustenance of forests, because they help on the fruits and also flowers, which in turn helps other insects survival as well. There's a hole, there's a gap as big as our arm, our palm. So these were snakes, small reptiles like iguana, monitor lizards, chameleon, and maybe snakes, like cobras. Frogs will take shelter, so they could be here. So when you walk in forest, please look out for these kind of things. It might not be that visible, but you have to look out. So this is the uniqueness of the forest in the city. You experience a thick, dense forest with the varieties of flora and fauna, insects and birds, while you also experience the modern city, the wide landscape, the buildings, development, towers, and all those within your reach. So you experience two worlds at one go in Malaysia. We are at the stream, so you're always wondering if is the water clean to drink or is it safe to drink. Don't worry, it's safe. I always drink it here. It's a long stream. So as long as the stream is clear, the water is running, and there's no activities upstream, that means no human activities, no farming, no industrial activities, it's generally safe. A lot of minerals, and this is the mineral water. This is where they get mineral water actually. They harvest from here, these kind of rivers and streams and natural water, and they bottle it. But of course there will be some bacteria, but these bacteria most of the time it's safe. Your stomach, your gut will be able to withstand these bacteria, and it's pretty much safe to drink, so don't worry. So this tree is commonly used by animals for shelter, also humans. You can sleep, it gives you good shelter left and right, so from wind, from rain, and from animals as well. And of course you can cover your leg with leaves if it's cold, so you can do so. So this is a very unique tree. I'm off the ground, so I was telling you this one, this thing is very strong. Even another 2 more person can sit here. You can see the veins are twisted. Take only photos, leave behind only your footprints, so do not damage any forest. I hope you enjoyed the short hike, my video and my photos. Hope it helps you to understand a bit better about the urban forests in Malaysia. Hope we can preserve our nature, because that's the one actually giving life to us by giving us oxygen. We always forget about that because it's free. Okay, happy hiking, keep safe, stay safe, always be careful, take all the precautions needed. So keep it as a small group, go with a guide or go with a person who have been there, who knows the trail well, and safety first. Selamat tinggal. Bye bye.
I like how you said happy hiking, be careful, be safe at the very end. So if there was one thing that we have to be most careful about in a hike in a forest like this, what do you think it would be?
I think about your awareness of your surrounding, because sometimes we immerse ourselves, so we forget where you are. So sometimes you get lost. So ensure when you go hiking, you bring somebody who knows the place, or you go with a guide. So that's the most important thing that I always tell people. So you just don't go because you saw a YouTube video. Just don't go explore without knowing the place. So that's the only thing I like to say.
Yeah, I remember someone we interviewed just before earlier today. He was saying, "Oh, we were asking about what are the 3 things that you would bring on a hike or on exploration to a forest," and he said, "I would bring a guide." So exactly the same as what you said. I have another question. When you were drinking water from that stream, did it taste any difference to the water bottle, the bottled water that we buy from a shop? Because I've never personally tasted water from a stream in the wild.
Yes, definitely. It tastes better, natural. So you have of course, there's a lot of natural resources there compared to a bottled water. So I feel I feel it tastes better, probably because it is natural and nothing is processed, raw as it is. So I feel safe drinking it, no issue.
A lot of people say it tastes sweeter than the water we drink normally. Is it actually sweeter, or is it just people's imagination?
I think it's imagination, but it definitely tastes better. It has some taste because bottled water is a bit flat. It just takes away a thirst, but no taste. But natural water tastes slightly better. But I don't think it's sweet. But maybe some people's feeling it's sweet.
Well, now I know it's a fake news. It's a false information that we had. It's just people's imagination. So I wonder, there was some beehives in the video as well. They looked quite different from the beehives that I'm familiar with. Normally, when you think of a picture of a beehive, it's like a chunk of beehive. Full of, holes. But the beehives that you showed was like a tube. Is it normal, or is it something special in the rainforest in Malaysia?
Yes, I think it's in tropical forests you have these stingless bees. They are not famous probably because they don't have much honey in the beehive compared to the commercial bees, the honeybee. Of course, because the nature of the bees is smaller, and the nectar, the honey is very little, so it's not commonly, not famous, not commonly found as well. And it's at a smaller scale, mostly on the ground level, and less honey. I would say people did not explore because the honey content of the hive is so tiny.
Now back to the stream question, because again, I think you can tell that I'm so curious about drinking from an actual stream instead of a bottle. I want to know, if I am in a forest and it's my first time ever in this forest and I see a stream there and I'm thirsty, how do I know? How would I find out if the water there is like drinkable, edible, without any pollution, or basically it's not dirty that I can drink?
Okay, first you must know the place. We cannot simply drink anywhere you hike, because sometimes there might be activities such as agricultural activities in certain part of forest. So as long you are in a pure rainforest with no human activities upstream, then it's pretty much safe to drink. So if there is any activities, any sort of activity, even the small farm, or even this organic farm, it's not recommended. So as long that's why you must know the place. As long you have a guide and somebody who knows the place, they know this is safe. So it's actually very difficult to say whether it is safe to drink, because even clear water can be not so healthy, because as I said, the water must be running water. Every time you drink, make sure it's running water. If you have to drink, forced to drink, the water has to be running water, then it's safe. If it's stagnant water, please do not drink because there might be some feces or some bacteria that is already there.
Okay.
Or something like that. So make sure it's running water.
Right. So running or not is the key factor of if this water can be drunk, right? So now I wonder about something. Have you ever, or is it allowed to camp in the urban forest in Malaysia? Do people camp there?
Yes. Yes, we are allowed to. We have to get a permit, and then we can camp.
Have you been camping in the forest before?
Yes, many times. Every year, a few times a year, we camp. I bring my friends to go camping, so no issue. But a permit has to be applied.
What do you like the most about the combination between urban and suburban rainforest in Malaysia?
Because if you have a short time, say a very short weekend, a few hours, you can go suburban forest. You can just have shoes and clothes ready in your car. You just drop by. But if it's rainforest deep inside, you can plan longer. You must have a lot of preparation in terms of food, cooking utensils, your tents and everything. So you can plan for a longer activities there, maybe 10 hours, maybe overnight activities. So we have big mix of both. In Kuala Lumpur, it's a valley, so we are surrounded by a lot of forests and high hills and mountains. So we are very gifted to be Klang Valley, which is Kuala Lumpur. So yeah, it's a mix of both, short or long. That depends on the urban or suburban.
Right, great. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And I had a great time talking to you. I will especially remember the difference, or how I can tell if I can drink the water from a stream when I'm in a forest, if I ever will be in a forest. And again, thank you very much for today. I hope you have a great day. Right, so...
Thank you. Thank you.
The past 5 hours have definitely been a feast for the eyes, from Amazon to Yunnan to Hainan to Singapore to Malaysia. Rainforests are essential to all lives on this planet. They provide food, they provide air, water, medicine, and shelter to a multitude of living beings. And it's also one of our best defenses to fight against climate change. So each one of us, each and every one of us needs to work on helping reduce the deforestation. And it might sound a little unrealistic and unpractical for individuals, but there are actually a lot we can do, like riding a bike instead of taking a taxi, or driving when you get to places, or buy responsibly sourced products. Because after all, like what Sir David Attenborough said, it's surely our responsibility to do everything within our power to create a planet that provides a home, not just for us, but for all life on Earth. And that's a wrap. Thank you so much for spending such a fantastic afternoon with us. And stay tuned with CGTN for more majestic journeys and adventures in nature. I'm Ning. I'll see you next time. 接下来还有云南的直播、美景直播等着你，继续锁定 CGTN， 锁定更多美丽的内容。我是葛宁，我们下次见。
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests.
我准备下水了。
Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales.
观众朋友们，大家好，这里是云南德宏。中午12点到4点的时候，我们一起观看了世界各地的奇妙雨林，也和 CG 天的主持人做了一个简单的连线。
现在，让我们一起细致的、沉静的来感受一下我们云南德宏的神奇雨林。
鹅呀、蜥蜴啊，它都会，我们都拍到过这样的镜头。可能今天呢，我们不知道它喂的是什么啊，咱们一定要有耐心的去看一下。直播那可能不像我们，不是刚才也是有在咱们的这个倪老师给大家吹了葫芦丝嘛，就是在看这个雨林的同时呢，又能够欣赏到美丽的这个轻柔的这个葫芦丝的这个声音，我觉得也是非常的开心。那么刚进来的朋友呢，一定得要注意的就是我们现在就是在我们的热带雨林里面给大家带来的这场雨林盛宴、雨林直播，这应该真的是非常难得的机会啊！如果您在手机前面或者是在观看我们直播的这个朋友呢，如果有什么问题，你们一定可以在屏幕下面或者在给我们后台留言。我们呢，过后我们也会回答你们的一些问题啊，我们都会讲给大家。他还不出来，今天他有点害羞，可能观看我们直播的人太多了，他一直在期待着他出来啊。他现在是在后面躲雨，我能够通过望远镜看得到他。
天晴了，天气马上就来了。
他这是听在哪边啊？
对，就在那个
我讲了句方言，
在那个黑的那个树。
我讲了句方言。就是。他这是毛给我透出来呀，然后咱们这毛不知道。那个是不是他？
那个不是，在后面，我在后面那一个黑的那一丛树里面，他一直就在那里等待，还叫，听到没有？听到他的声音了。
小关老师，我这次过来呢，听说是这个石村村民是不是都是通过这个来观鸟的这些游客啊？带动了，给他们的这个生活改善。这个，
其实这个事儿呢，我们其实也可以和大家说一说啊，就是怎么来实现的时候，一句话叫做“绿水青山就是金山银山”嘛。这个咱们银江的这个观鸟产业啊，是体现的最淋漓尽致的。我记得我14年底15年开始来的时候，咱们石梯村给我的第一印象是什么？就是以前的叉叉房茅草屋，而现在石梯又给我们什么印象呢？就是整个的这种旅游村寨的这样的风貌。那么为什么会有这种的一个转变呢？其实最主要的是就因为鸟，我们叫做以鸟为媒，把绿水青山装进钱袋里。那石梯呢，从16年啊17年开始做观鸟呢，到现在呢，整个的一个变化，最主要的一个变化是什么？一，赚到钱了；第二呢是什么？他们的思想观念转变了。就是他们从以前的狩猎人变成了现在的护鸟人，从以前的砍树人变成了现在的护林人。从以前从事农民这个行业，现在它变成鸟岛了，做服务行业了。那所以呢，我们觉得这样的一种转变呢，也是对于我们现在说实话，就是说一个观鸟产业的这样的一种体现吧。就是生活有所改变，因为依托了鸟这个东西，让他们可能走出了新的一条路。这就是我们石梯啊。
等一下我们下去的时候，跟我们一起到石梯村去看一下。那里的民风民俗，到那里去采一下风。
好的，
可能也有一种新的那一种一点灵感和启示吧。
这就是一个大自然的馈赠啊。
对，因为我们刚才直播嘛，我没有很详细的和大家说，比如说犀鸟它的整个一些特征是什么。那么现在犀鸟也没过来，那么我可以来和大家详细的说一下。我说了，中国呢是有5种犀鸟，一个呢是花冠皱盔犀鸟。花冠皱盔犀鸟呢，刚才这个郑老师说啊，它很明显的能够看得出，就是它特征很明显，雌雄很容易分辨啊。一个呢是黄色的喉囊是雄鸟，蓝色的喉囊是雌鸟，这个就是很容易的分辨。而且呢， 雄鸟有一个像现在我这个淋了雨以后杀马特的这样的一个头型啊，然后呢就是它的一个特征很明显。还有一个呢就是双角犀鸟。那么双角犀鸟呢，顾名思义啊，就是它也是有一个大大的嘴，然后这个有一个喙是从这样整过来的，然后呢它的个头呢要比花冠皱龟要大一些。那么还有一个犀鸟呢，就是冠斑犀鸟。那冠斑犀鸟呢分布就比较小一点啊，咱们的这个叫做冠斑犀鸟个子小，犀鸟骨里不能少，黑白相间，毛色亮，生儿育女能力强。在这几个犀鸟里面啊，咱们这个是冠斑犀鸟啊，是就是说生的最多的。那我们通过观察，双角犀鸟呢每年就一只，基本上花冠皱龟呢也没有见有2只带着走的，但是冠斑犀鸟的话到2到3只啊，就是它的生育能力是很强的。而且呢，我们也偶尔会听到很多地方有这个犀鸟的报道，那基本上呢都是这个冠斑犀鸟啊。那还有一种呢是白喉犀鸟，白喉犀鸟呢是咱们中国这几种犀鸟里面个体最小的。那么它现在呢是在我们版纳上永的保护区啊，那有一个很稳定的一个种群能够看到。而宗近犀鸟呢，对于我们来说都很神秘啊。现在呢是西藏的墨脱，那边有一个保护区呢是有稳定的繁殖，但是我们在盈江，我们只离我们的县城大概直线距离只有10公里的一个地方，我们也发现了它的踪影，就是在去年，就是2020年的时候吧，3月份，我们也是这个发现了这个宗近犀鸟，当时也是在这个说的是个观鸟界啊，引起了轰动啊！我真的那时候我们亲身的体验了它出现在我们眼前的那一刻的那种激动，就像我们第一次看花冠皱龟出现在我眼前那种激动一样。哇，那种感觉太可能现在用语言去表达，大家可能也隔着屏幕也感受不了我的那种心情。但是如果你真的当时在现场的话，跟我们去的那些老师都说，哇，你们这些人，哇，那时候真的太兴奋，就是那种感觉，会给我们就是有很大的一些震撼。这就是我们叫做，只要惊喜一出来，对于我们作为野生动物摄影师来说，真的那个时候的心情就是什么可以不管，一切不管了，我们就要记录到那美好的那一瞬间。所以呢，在这个过程当中啊，如果这个直播间里面有看我们直播的有这个野生动物摄影师啊，有野生动物或者观鸟爱好者，你可能也能和我一样就是感受这种这种心情的这种激动啊，所以这个是可以来和大家来说的。
说不说每年能到这里来拍摄的，来观鸟的这个人多不多？
其实我说了，因为我们通过做观鸟这个产业呢，让整个的这个石梯了，包括雪梨这一线的这些村民都富起来了，说明什么呢？它肯定还是有一定的游客量。那么我们目前呢，大概全中国的观鸟的爱好者或者拍鸟的这个人数呢，大概在40万左右。你要想想，中国犀鸟谷是什么？是全中国唯一3种犀鸟繁殖的地方。要这40万人每人来一次，是不是能给这个整个的这个村子或者是整个的这样的一个就是地区，是不是带来很大的一个收入？而且我们来拍鸟来观鸟，你看郑老师来了10多天了，一来在这吃住行，对吧？都是能够给当地老百姓带来收入。
我就住在当地老百姓家，在那里吃住行。有时候呢，他还带我出去野拍。
所以说，就像特别像我们这种创作的，有些时候，来到大山深处了来感觉，其实有些时候来一趟是找不到的，其实体会不到的。
对，是说实话，其实你要说特别夏天啊，咱们来这种热带雨林舒不舒服？其实并不舒服，说实话。但是为什么呢？我们又想来呢？就是说，我们奔着就像今天来和大家一起来分享这个犀鸟的这个育雏过程，那就是说很热。你看现在我也是满头大汗，来淋了雨，头发都湿了。但是我觉得值得把这样美好的画面，这种唯美的画面奉献给大家，能够通过我们的这个直播平台，大家能够和我们近距离的和这个国家1级重点保护野生动物这个花冠皱龟犀鸟能有一个这个近距离的一个相遇吧。我觉得真的是很好的一件事情。我也想着呢，就通过这样的直播，让大家呢更好的体验到我们雨林的神奇啊，感受到雨林的美，然后呢，让大家呢觉得 这样的热带雨林，真的是因为我们所有关心这个事情的这些人的共同努力的守候，让这一片雨林成为了现在中国唯一的3种犀鸟繁殖的地方。
哎，那这个犀鸟它成年犀鸟的话，一般它有多大？
犀鸟的话是品种不一样，然后呢，它的个头也不一样。那就比如我说双脚犀鸟比较大，因为它个体之间又存在着差异。那就是有些呢长得更大一些，有些呢长得更小。
我见过最大的双脚犀鸟，它的翼展肯定有2米。那是飞起来是。
对，其实
那和老鹰、鹳那一些。
对，其实犀鸟呢，一般来说平均下来大概展开翼指的话是在1.6米到1.7米之间啊。然后呢，因为我们从视觉上看它很震撼嘛，为什么我叫做空中巨无霸双脚犀鸟？就因为我们用镜头的语言给大家讲述我们生态的故事。
是的。然
后呢，让大家一起感同身受，觉得我们是在做一件有意义的事情。可能我们的一个片段啊，剪出来的一个瞬间，就像您写出一个优美的曲子一样。
是的。这个过程其实是相似的，
这是一个享受。对，真的啊，我们就说那个，
就是我来的时候，我看到有一些它的那些建筑啊、标志啊，这些都是还是以犀鸟的，它这个是已经是本地的，形成本地的这些符号吗？还是
可能我这个浅谈一下吧，这只是我个人的一些认知。咱们其实在整个的这个过程当中，就是说为什么这样说呢？因为犀鸟呢，对于我们来说，一个是我们这边有个景颇族，它有一些这个图腾的一些崇拜在里面。那具体呢，我们可能有专家会来和我们说，但是我只是说一些风格上，那么我们加入了一些犀鸟的元素。一个呢是衬托出我们中国犀鸟舞在用犀鸟这样一个独特让人能够记住的这样的一个国家一级重点保护的鸟类作为我们的媒介，就作为我们宣传的形象大使。因为这个东西能够让人记住。第二呢是什么？就是说融入了犀鸟的元素以后呢，会觉得更有神秘感。我觉得一个神奇的大鸟啊，我记得原来我们出了一个叫做探秘雨林，寻找这个巨鸟啊，最后我们是找到了这个双脚犀鸟啊，然后呢，通过各种一些方式吧，然后呢做一种宣传出去，然后呢就是说加入了犀鸟的这些元素以后呢，让我们真正的就是融入到里面，无论是我们的生活是吧，这个建筑，然后呢还有一些人们赋予它的一些故事，我觉得都能够很好的把这些东西结合起来，作为保护它守护它的一种宣传的一些方式。我觉得这是非常好的。我也想着呢，哪天这个倪老师能够创造出一曲关于犀鸟的这样的一个悠长的葫芦丝，然后呢，我们是吧？然后每个这个拍鸟的人都学一学啊。
其实可以以这个，我一直也是在听您讲述的过程当中呢，我也一直在构思，就是因为犀鸟它有一个这样一个精神，这样一个责任，对爱的忠贞不移，所以说我觉得很有意义，也可以作为一个点来描述。当然这个呢只是初步的一个想法啊。这个
我看到下面有个评论说他们说这个说犀鸟是不是说公鸟如果出现了意外，母鸟会跟着殉情啊？这个呢咱们从科学的角度上来解释一下其实呢没有那么，就是我们犀鸟的这些故事都是我们人类赋予的，它其实它在一起呢就是为了繁殖下一代。但是它在繁殖下一代的这些动作、这些行为呢，让我们赋予了很多美好的故事。但是呢，没有说犀鸟，说这个公鸟一死，或者是犀鸟没了，它就会跟着就自杀，没有这么回事啊。它还是会寻找新的伴侣，组成新的家庭，来一起来哺育新的下一代。这个呢，是因为动物在一起，它就是为了繁殖，为了传递它的基因，
传承下去
就是传递它的基因，没有像我们赋予的说它有那么多的这种想法在里面这个是基本上是没有的所以呢，这个呢也可以来和大家来科普一下就不要说我们每个东西又跟着殉情了，不吃不喝啦，这个东西呢都是我们赋予它美好的愿望。
其实我觉得给他们赋予这些美好的传说的愿望，应该 更能够就是说吸引人，更能够就是说和它和人的这种情感联系起来，更能够激发人们对它的喜爱、保护嘛啊。
但是我觉得是这样的啊，郑老师可能我这个呢，我们是做科普的，
我是摄影师，他是专家。
对，我们做这个肯定要用这种，你不能基于一个就是没有一个事实的依据你来写这样的故事，我觉得就不对了。啊，就是首先它没有这样的情节，就是你故意赋予它这样的情节，让这个鸟很神秘。那其实是从宣传的角度是很好，但是呢，我觉得这个东西呢，故事我们可以赋予很好的故事，但是实际情况是什么，我还是要说，就是说，没有说出现的就是殉情的东西，咔就跟着动物就来了，没有这么回事。
但是我们发现那个公鸟去世以后。我们发现那个母鸟出窝以后了嘛，那个它一直在深度的忧郁悲伤之中，应该是在1年左右的时间，我观察了一下。你看，首先从哪里可以看出来呢？本来那个双脚犀鸟的眼圈是非常的鲜红的，非常有神，闪着光。但是那一只母鸟呢，我观察了差不多1年的时间吧。
于老师。
鸟来了，鸟来了！
于老师，
哎，于老师，于老师，于老师别！
那个现在呢是花冠皱龟犀鸟呢，已经停到了我们的面前。对，大家真的是现在真的是近距离的在我们前面。然后大家一定要记住我提的几个问题，一个是看一下它到底喂了几个果子，然后它喂了些什么。对，它来到了我们的前面，看到没有？李老师，是不是很激动？是不是很激动啊？然后大家可以看一下它那个黄色的喉囊那里还有一个黑色的一条线，对不对？然后这个也是花冠皱龟犀鸟的一个辨识度。还有一种犀鸟叫做拟花冠皱龟犀鸟，它是没有黑色的那一条线的。对，它要喂。
它喂食的这些东西储存在
它的嗉囊里，和鸡一样的嗉子。犀鸟谷在给大家直播这个花冠皱龟犀鸟育雏的过程。那么现在呢，花冠皱龟犀鸟已经来到我们的面前，马上呢它就要飞到它的那个窝前，把嗉囊里面储存的这个食物呢就要喂给到我们的这个里面的犀鸟妈妈和犀鸟宝宝。那么我在这里呢提几个问题，就是一个呢数一下它喂了几个果子，它还没叫了，
它可以叫，大声的叫。
我天哪！太漂亮了！我们看一下它整个的这个颜色的搭配，红黄，然后呢，其实它的那个虽然说它整个的这个是黑色的，但是我们在太阳光下是非常有金属光泽的这样一个状态。它现在距离我们大概有50多米的一个距离，
它那个
50多米的
手机都可以，
但是这个鸟非常的大那所以呢，我们通过我们的镜头，然后让大家来体验这种热带雨林的神奇。感受这种热带雨林旗舰物种的魅力，太漂亮了！它准备飞上去喂食了。它把这个食物已经吐到了它的嘴上，然后旋着食物呢就开始去喂，应该马上就飞上去喂了。我今天太激动了，在这样直播的环境，我们从下着雨到现在的天晴，然后整个的1个多小时的这样的一个直播，然后我们现在又一次的看到了花冠皱龟犀鸟来到了我们的面前。我们这一次直播呢是通过各个平台，然后让大家看一看我们的花冠皱龟犀鸟的繁殖育雏的过程。那么犀鸟的育雏呢，真的是非常神奇，大家可以看一下咱们镜头里面的这个鸟，太漂亮了，它准备飞了啊！各位看。一次， 2次、3次，听。4次、5次、6次。
大家看它喂些什么东西，看一下。
7次。8次
哦，有8颗。
还有没有？还有没有？还有9次。还掉了一个。10次。11次。
这个喂的好多啊，这一次。
它储存的还是多了。
哎，它不大数。
还有往外掉的，相当于吐出来。我举望远镜手都酸了，但是
现在喂食的是
雄鸟，
它的你看
是果实。
我掺了，有小虫。哇，吐出来了。11次，今天它总共往外的话接了11次，然后还吐出了很多的这个残渣啊，它在塑料林树上的残渣。所以今天我们非常的幸运。那么大家刚进到直播间呢，我们其实是在我们的云南德宏盈江的中国犀鸟谷，在给大家直播我们花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏的过程。那么现在呢，真的是非常的激动人心了。我们从下雨收到天晴，然后亲眼的2次啊，然后呢，这个犀鸟喂食的这样的一个场面都给大家看到了。然后整个的过程，我们也希望大家能够通过直播的这样的一种方式呢，给大家展示我们热带雨林的神奇。那么我们现在呢是在云南省德宏州盈江县的中国犀鸟谷，带来大家直播的是花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏。你要是等一下再拍录着呢。
可以啊。
我们现在飞走了，飞走了。太漂亮了！我去，这种，我们现在呢一直是在看我们的国家1级重点保护野生动物花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏过程。那刚才你老师也看到，我们数了一下，它往里面呢是喂了11次这个食物，然后呢还在吐了很多的残渣，然后让里面的宝宝和母亲呢饱餐了一顿。所以呢，今天这个直播我们是看了2次育雏。啊，刚开始来的时候，那时候来了1次，然后我们等了那么长时间，又来了1次。所以呢，直播就是这样，我们把这样的好的这样的画面，好的这样的镜头，好的我们看到的这样的一种场景展现给大家，然后通过展现一个花冠皱盔育雏，让大家更多的展现一个花冠皱盔犀鸟育雏，然后展现更多的一些热带雨林的一些风貌给大家能够看到，对不对，倪老师？今天呢，我们真的是收获非常的大，是不是？
是的
啊。然后呢，在这个平台里面呢，也是感谢每一个到我们直播间来的这些朋友们，能够陪同我们度过了这样的一个下午吧。然后，其实我们后面呢还有我们这个景颇的绿叶雁的直播，到时候呢也请大家呢一起跟着来观看。
这么好的那个，应该即兴一首嘛？有没有灵感来？
今天。如果说新作品的话，可能要得慢慢的。今天呢，我想，因为听了这么多的关于犀鸟的一些故事啊，还有 近距离的能够看到犀鸟，我还有他对他的妻子和孩子的这个，我觉得很符合的一首作品叫《竹楼情歌》。我想用这一首来作为今天为大家带来的最后一曲，小曲子吧。好的，好。
因为刚才我们看了犀鸟嘛，我们在这个直播的过程当中呢，我们的倪老师呢也给我们演奏了好几次的这个葫芦丝。因为接近我们直播的尾声了，那么下一场呢，我们是要去看我们的锦头绿叶燕。在这之前呢，我们还是来听我们的倪老师来给我们演奏一曲这个葫芦丝，来结束我们今天在雨林的这一个上半场的直播。待会呢，我们的直播还继续啊，然后还有这个美丽丰盛的锦头绿叶燕奉献给大家。所以呢，倪老师把咱们最后的收尾的这个葫芦丝的演奏送给大家吧。
好的，那我就为大家带来一段《竹楼情歌》的抒情段落啊。带来一小段。感谢大家呢一直在直播间和我们一起来互动，一起呢和我们探秘雨林来守护这个犀鸟，观看花冠昼归犀鸟的育雏。那么我们也感谢郑老师，感谢这个倪老师，然后能够在我们的这个直播间能够给我们有一些展示。那么下一阶段呢是到我们的景颇绿叶宴的直播，那么也跟随着镜头呢，我们也去欣赏我们德宏的美食景颇绿叶宴。
七彩云南，美在德宏。亲爱的观众朋友们，大家好，这里是实体雨林特别直播活动的现场，我是主持人俊文。
大家好，我是主持人丽薇。朋友们，你们可以想象吗？吃饭不用碗，炒菜不用锅，甚至不用一滴油就能做出一顿美味。那听到这儿的话呢，很多朋友可能会说，当然 可以啊，点外
卖，对，点外卖。
但是呢，除了点外卖以外在我们云南德宏，在咱们的景颇家人里面在这样的一个条件下，他们就能够制作出一顿美味。
是的，我们的景颇人生活在大山当中，可以说是名副其实的大山的子女。他们依托自己得天独厚的自然优势，可以说把自己的生活过得像花儿一般的美丽。当然，景颇对我们的吃的方面也是非常的讲究的。他们会把在大山当中采集到的这些新鲜的时令的蔬菜瓜果带回到家中，然后经过自己独有的烹饪方式，在今天的活动当中将会为大家展示到的是一份特别古朴而神秘的盛宴，叫做绿叶宴。没错。
那景颇绿叶宴的话呢，是代表着勤劳智慧的景颇儿女们崇尚自然、眷恋自然、回归自然的淳朴之心。那今天的话呢，俊文和立威就要带着大家一起跟我们的镜头去感受智慧与美味并存的景颇绿叶宴。
说到这个景颇绿叶宴阿威，你对我们的景颇菜肴当中的哪一道菜情有独钟呢？
我最喜欢的就是景颇冲菜，
我也很喜欢。此时不知道大家有没有关注到我们听到了一个声音，当当当当，
一定是冲筒的声音，
对，一定是冲筒的声音，让我们跟随着这个冲筒的声音一探究竟。
走。在咱们景颇人家里面有一句俗话是这么说的冲筒不响，吃饭不香。
大姐，
您今天冲的是什么菜呢？
冲那个干巴跟蕨菜。
这个冲筒是为了今天的活动特别制作的一个新的冲筒，是不是？
是啊。
大姐，您能为我们此时在观看我们直播的朋友们来介绍一下今天的咱们这一道冲菜，除了有干巴以外，还需要准备些什么材料呢？
我拿过来了。
哇，大家可以看一下这个原生态的食材，来给一个特写镜头，这个非常的生态，看到了没有？非常的生态的一碟菜有干巴，
那放进里面去啊。
好，
这个是撇菜根吗？
大姐您先介绍一下，这是
撇菜根。
撇菜根。
好，大姐您先别放。
对，然后
这是干巴，这是芫荽，这是老缅芫荽，我们家是这样说，古话是这样说。
两种不同的芫荽
那还有辛辣子，
小米辣、新辣椒。还有大蒜，
就是放这些葱了。
我也发现了这一道冲菜的话呢，每一个佐料是必不可少的，缺一不可，是不是，大姐？
是。
就这么把这样一盘佐料全部放到冲筒里面，这样倒腾冲着就行了吗？
倒腾冲就是吃饭挺香的。
没错以前立威吃这个景颇冲菜我能一口气炫下3碗饭。所以你必须要带着32句的胃来吃。
32句的胃来吃。那阿威平时有没有在家自己冲菜的？
我可喜欢了，我特别喜欢冲菜，因为我自己非常喜欢吃，所以我也非常喜欢冲。但是我就发现自己冲的冲菜和在咱们景颇人家里面吃的这个冲菜不一样，味道真不一样。
大姐说都一样的，然后
主要是这些佐料完全都在里面了。
好，
那提前了，你冲一下这些。
好，那大姐您能教立威一下吗？
可以，
教我一下。好，那放这个材料有没有什么先后顺序呢？
没有，
就是一起放进去，
一起放进去。现在
好，那我们把这个盘里边的所有的材料全部都放到冲筒里边，按着这个，
你冲一下啊。
好嘞，
我们就看一下我们的这个立威大美女冲筒会是什么样子的。
大姐，这个冲菜的这个力度有什么需要掌握的吗？
那你这样，这样盖着一点，这冲的时候它不会飞出来。是这个样子，这样冲。
就是胡指这样遮着这个头，然后就冲，
用力冲就可以了。
好，
有多大力使多大劲儿。
听到这个冲筒响，左右邻居就知道，咱们今天吃的是冲菜，对不对？
是冲菜，瞬间开始流口水。
要得了，要能吃了。
就说明
我们家是就这样。
冲筒响的时候，就说明要开饭了，对不对？
好，我继续冲。大姐，是不是只要把肉还有咱们的这些佐料呢，把它冲匀了就可以了？
要冲多长时间呢？
大概要冲多长时间呢？
一般都是，反正是5-6分钟。
5-6分钟。
好，我再冲一下。好，我再冲一下。
加油，立威，加油！
好。
我来控制住这个桌面。
好， 立威先来看一下，辣椒是已经冲出油了，但是大蒜完全没有动过。好，
这是女汉子，
使出我的洪荒之力。
哎呀天哪！大家没有看错，这不是一档美食节目，这是我们自然探索的一档节目啊。
大姐，我可以尝一下了吗？味道怎么样？
可以，
已经可以吃了吗？已经可以吃了，是不是？
我先尝一下啊。
估计这味道也不咋地。
好，我有一个办法可以这样，
就这样吧。
哎，
我觉得可以控出来吗？
对了，
对了，就是这样尝的。
就这样尝的。我想让大家看一下立威的节奏，
太美味了。
我看一下立威的节奏。
我感觉肉还有各种佐料已经均匀的充斥在里面了。
你倒是挺会为自己说。看到没有？这个辣椒这个大蒜和辣椒。
好，再让大姐教一下我们。
这样，
这样啊，
是这样啊，
是这样的。那是你拍。
还有，
我可以尝一下了吗？
好，
我可以尝一下这个立威今天自制的这个亲自动手的冲菜究竟会是什么味道？
尝一下，我觉得特别好吃。就是佐料和肉的味道已经相融在里面了，
真的比我想象当中要好吃哎！为什么会那么好吃啊？为什么？
因为有这个
有冲筒，
对，有。
你想说是祖传的冲筒吗？
我知道了，立威知道了，为什么平时立威在家里面冲的这冲菜不好吃，就是因为没有这个冲筒。
哦，
那我们家是说从前的老人告诉过我们，谁家要看媳妇。
勤不勤快？
勤快不勤快就看冲筒
干不干净。
对，
就看冲筒干不干净是吧？
是这样吗，大姐？
你冲菜那有没有力？就看这里。
我刚才肯定没力，那我要重新再表演一下。
来，再表演一次，3、2、1。
大姐，您看我这个，如果说算是在打分的话，您能打几分呢？我觉得这应该算是半成品，因为这个蒜确实还没有。
大家可以看一下，这个是啥？这个是冲菜的结晶。
好，再给立威一次机会好吗？我想做那个勤劳智慧的这个景颇姑娘。
开始展示吧。
好，
下一步别人就过来看你这个你是还是冲菜挺厉害，我家要媳妇就是决定要你了。
哇，是这样呀。好，立威再给立威一次机会哈。
天哪！天哪！这个媳妇儿合格了吧？这个媳妇儿已经，大姐合不合格？这样的媳妇儿有没有力？你说有力了是不是？
可以了，我再品尝一下。
对，立威，你从今以后这档节目播出以后，你就可以找到男朋友了。
好，
特别是景颇山的男朋友啊。
好，嫁到我们大山里面来。
对。果然更入味了是吧？
比第一次更入味了。
果然更入味了。但是我就觉得刚才吃到的这些东西，就是有点素啊。当然，我们这个景颇的绿叶宴是荤素搭配的，对不对？
对，我知道了。为啥呢？因为俊文特别喜欢吃荤。
对，我是一个大型食肉动物哈，所以的话，如果一桌饭当中没有肉的话，我是个人绝对是没有太大胃口的。那大姐有没有这个肉哈？我刚才看到你们有准备了一个，
我们有个竹筒肉。
竹筒肉哈。竹筒烧肉还是焖肉？哇，大家可以看一下，
这是我们烧的。
你看这个竹筒都已经被烧成这个样子了，已经是面目全非了。你还能看得出来它是一个竹筒吗？
大哥，这是谁烧制的？我们请
大
姐，就是太激动了，因为刚才吃了这个自己冲制的冲菜。
对。
大姐，这是谁来烧的？
这是我们家的以前的一个老社长过来烧的。我们家谁都会烧的。
谁都会烧，但是这个老社长烧的可能味道会更香一些，
更香一点。他们是年纪比我们大一点，他们什么都还是比我们懂得多。还是这样，
你看
可能更香。
朋友们，这个光是这个竹筒烧肉哈，如果大家光只是看这个面目全非的竹筒，一定不会想象得到里边居然藏着精华，里边满满的都是肉，是不是？请问一下是什么肉？
牛
肉哈，那除了牛肉之外，有没有一些什么其他的佐料在里面呢？
有，这里面还有辛辣子，还有新疆放
就是小米辣，还有大蒜，还有生姜，还有什么呢？
还有盐碎，
还有原罪，
放这些就够了。
然后盐那些都要放的吧？
盐那些要放
放一点点就可以了，
佐一点盐进去。
好，那
我们没办法吃，现在
可以吃吗？怎么
可以
吃？打开这个就能吃了吗？
要竹子
这里这个竹子的这个顶部是塞着这个芭蕉叶的啊。
这样打开来。
哦，它是连芭蕉叶一块儿塞进去的。哦，我以为只是把肉塞进去，用芭蕉叶把它塞上。其实不是啊，是连芭蕉叶一块儿，连肉把它塞进去的。我们俩是不是一直理解错误啊？
是。
好，那如果要吃的话，是不是要把它拿出来呢？
哎，这样空一点出来。
这样吗？让大家看一下啊。哎，呦，慢点。哇！哦，来，这个应该是要给一个特写的啊。哇，热乎乎的，你有没有闻到香气？
是，就是大姐，这就是把牛肉还有刚才您为我们介绍到的这些佐料，然后呢一起烹是吗？
香香的那个酸叶。
酸叶是吗？
还要放酸叶。
哦，放了酸叶以后有调味的作用是吗？
是这个意思。
好的，那我们迫不及待的尝一尝，好不好？
好，好。
替正在观看直播的朋友们提前先品尝一下。这个太有食欲了，但是我相信大家一定很关注我们今天的主角，那就是我们刚才所提到的绿叶燕，而这个葱菜和竹筒焖肉只是其中的一个小角色，冰山一角哈。那接下来的时间就请大家跟随着君文和丽薇的镜头，一起去为大家揭秘这桌神秘而古朴的绿叶燕。大姐，一起跟我们过来。
哇，满满当当一桌。
您先走。这就是绿叶燕，哇，真的很长很宽，然后满眼
就是绿色。所以的话呢，观众朋友们此时应该也能够知道为什么我们把这桌菜肴呢取名叫做绿叶燕
的原因了，对不对？
对，
因为它真的是满眼都是绿色哈，这满满当当的一桌绿色的宴席。这一桌能够共同容纳多少个人一起用餐呢？同时，
这里是应该是20多个人。
20多个人啊，哇，真的很丰盛哈。但是我就想问一下这个大姐，虽然我已经很想吃，特别有吃的那种冲动和欲望，不知道丽薇会不会和我一样，
蠢蠢欲动了。
但是不知道从何下手。也不知道从何下口，因为我发现这个绿叶燕上哈，它完全就没有碗，发现没有？
对，
没有碗和没有筷子。当然，仅有的能够看出来的这个杯子还是用竹筒制作而成的。所以大姐，我们在吃景颇绿叶燕的时候，有没有什么特别的讲究的地方，能和大家说一说吗？
哎呀，我们家就是也不是挺讲究，这个是我们从前就是。以前嘛，老年的古代那时候就是我们民族是有点困难，也会存在的。
生活可能就是有点，还是有点，
可能也有点
困难的时候。
有时候嘛，想起来还是他们说的也有道理啊。嘛，以前他们是从头到尾都是这样，没有碗也是这样过日子的，
对，
还是这个意思。
是，
所以我们要一直延续老一辈的这个艰苦朴素的这样的精神，一直这样的吃饭的绿叶燕的方式延续到了今天，是吗？
所以我们原始的这个绿叶燕的话呢，就是盘腿而坐，然后的话呢，蕉叶为席，
对，
然后呢，竹筒为杯，然后
叶子为盘，
对，然后五指为筷，
对，五指为筷子，对不对？
对。那我想请问一下龙哥，那咱们的这桌绿叶燕准备了多长时间呢？
对，一定应该会很长时间，对不对？
对，这是从昨天准备了。
哦。
昨天先把我们这个现在放在这个叶子和这个竹杯，所有的这些材料是从昨天开始准备的，今天才能吃得到。
好的，在这里和正在观看我们直播的朋友们介绍一下哈，此时此刻坐在我们旁边的就是我们今天的这一家农庄，是我们的这个小龙生态农庄的老板哈，此时此刻也是坐在我们的旁边和大家来介绍今天的这一桌丰盛的绿叶盛宴。刚才所提到的这么多丰盛的绿叶宴需要准备很长的时间，对吗？
是。
那大概是多少个人一起准备的？
这是4个人，
四个人就能做这么大的一桌，
俊文，你知道为什么吗？因为他们的这些原材料呢，都是取自大山里面就地取材，
都是原生态的，
对，都是原汁原味的。
对，我就听我的景颇族的朋友跟我说是，去山上如果是没有任何的食材的话，随便掐点野菜啊，
对，
掐点元穗啊、香柳啊之类的，放到那个冲桶里面，当冲这么几下就可以吃，就已经可以制作成一道非常美味的景颇菜肴了。
对，而且我还听说过哈，在这个以前的话呢，景颇寨里面有一句民谣是这么说的，说在景颇山里面绿的是菜，冻的是肉，是吗，大姐？
是不是？
这是你们传唱的民谣吗？
是不是？绿的是菜，冻的是肉。对，那今天我们这一桌宴席当中都有一些哪些会动的，哪些绿的，和大家介绍一下。首先，我就对这一包特别感兴趣哈。这个我们说到了这一包，我们可以打开了吗？请问一下，
可以。
来跟着镜头一起打开一下。哇，那么多小袋儿，它叫什么？
这个是饭是吗，大姐？
对，
这小的这3个是菜。
等一下，我们先留个悬念哈。这个我们是不是包烧？包烧是哪个？
这是不是烧的？这是鱼，这里是烧的。
哦，这个是烧的，是不是？
这个跟这个是烧。
其实对于包烧啊，我觉得吃起来就挺有意思的了。因为现在的年轻人嘛，不都是喜欢那种开盲盒，对，开盲盒。
对。
所以的话，其实我们景颇族的祖先哈，在很久以前，早就把这个开盲盒的游戏已经是玩得个炉火纯青了。
没错。
他们会把这个烧制好的肉和菜统一的放在这个芭蕉叶当中包裹好。如果你不打开这个芭蕉叶，看到里边是什么的话，你永远都不可能猜到你下一秒钟吃到的是菜还是肉。
没错，这景颇的包烧的话呢，可以说是将自然的美味包在这一片新鲜的这个绿叶上啊。咱们拿起来闻一下，
哇，
瞬间空气当中就充满了这清香的这个叶子的味道，
就是很好吃的味道，就对了。
对。俊文，接下来咱们来开盲盒吧，真的迫不及待了。我们来看一下，咱俩开到的到底是什么？
好的，我想开这个。
好，
我看着这个比较大个一点哈。咱们看一下谁会运气好一点。
好，我们来看一下谁的运气会比较好。
谁会开到素的啊？
好，3、2、1，开始。看来我的运气挺不错。
你开到了啥？
我开到的应该是
包烧
肉菜。龙哥，您看这个是什么？包烧什么呢？
这是包烧鱼。
包烧鱼。
包烧鱼是我最喜欢吃的鱼。
你这个完全看不出来是鱼，好不好？来看一下我的是什么？当。
你的也是包烧鱼，是。
但是大家可以看一下我的这个包烧鱼的话，它完全能够看得出来至少是有鱼的形状在这儿至少看得出来它是个鱼，但是立威的这个就看不太出来它是一个什么东西，是不是？
除了能看出鱼以外呢，我确实看不到里面还佐有哪些佐料。我们来问一下大姐吧。大姐，
这些不是
大姐，那我们开的这个盲盒叫做包烧鱼，对吧？那包烧鱼里面除了有鱼，还要加哪些佐料呢？
对，这个鱼是什么鱼
啊？这里面是我们还是放那个
这个鱼，我们看一下是什么鱼。
这里是放那个小蜜辣，
就是生辣子、生辣椒。
对。
还有呢？
那还有大蒜。放一点姜是必须放的。
为什么呢？
姜是去腥的，对不对？我们都知道。对。
那还有香辣溜，我们
说的香柳。
对，
香柳，
细的。
对，香柳。
放那些就冲了放进去，完全要冲
就是
拌它。
那个起到了那个冲桶的作用，所以我们就说景颇人家里面为什么家家户户都要有一它冲桶？
怎么又回到了冲桶上就是把这些材料元碎这些放到这个鱼身上搅揉它，把它揉到了这个鱼肉的这个身体里，
就与鱼肉混合在一起，
对，鱼肉当中，然后再把鱼肉用芭蕉叶包裹起来，需要放点什么盐之类的，是吧？
又把芭蕉叶包好，又要蒸它。
这个是蒸它的，对吧？
这是蒸它的，有时候还可以在火里面还要
烤它，
还可以放在竹筒里。
所以这个包烧不仅有包烧蒸鱼，还有包烧烤鱼，还有竹筒烤鱼，是不是？就是这个意思。要竹筒烤鱼的话，就可以把这个鱼放到竹筒里边去烤。
在竹筒里面放。
好，那我们要不现场尝一下，好不好？
好，就我来尝一下。
我来尝一下。来， 哇，这个肉真的是非常的紧实。这个
所以的话，此时在观看我们直播节目的朋友们，大家不用
我用手可以吗？
可以为什么我们在做美食节目吗？为什么我们没有筷子呢？
那从前就老人就
对，用紧迫人家就是五指为筷。
我已经完全掩饰不住内心的那种好吃激动的心情了，真的太好吃！现在又是下午的吃饭时间，真的吃了这个就是让人瞬间可以食欲大开的那种感觉，真的很香。里边的一些原生态的佐料是不是？就是盐味也正好，然后一点腥味都没有。就是阿威，你不信你可以尝一下。
其实除了这个包烧鱼，还有包烧牛肉以外，立威最感兴趣的还是最感兴趣的是啥？对，立威最感兴趣的还是我面前的这个，看着有点像稀饭。
哎，应该是
大哥，这是稀饭吗？
是，这是我们宁波鸡肉稀饭。
这是咱们景颇
它有一个名字叫鸡肉稀饭啊。
对，那大哥，您能跟我们此时在观看我们节目的所有的朋友们来介绍一下这个鸡肉稀饭与平时我们点的外卖吃到这些稀饭有什么特别之处吗？有什么不一样的地方？
这个稀饭
对，
稀饭是我们。稀饭是不是用筷子，只用这种叶子？
是用叶子吃的啊。
叶子到了，是这样吗？
叶子到了，叶子到了。来，
对不起。
来，我们也亲自实验一下啊。
这样。
是用这边是吧？
来，我知道。来，再给我一个。
而且还不能捏得太远，如果太远的话，它可能就会垂下去哈。一定要捏在这个很近的位置，把这个芭蕉叶当成一个勺。
是这样捏，这样。
这样。
这个的话呢，就是这片叶子绿叶就是立威的筷子了啊！立威替大家来品尝一下这个鸡肉稀饭，好鲜啊！
我觉得是把这个米饭的味道发挥到了极致。平时我们在喝粥的时候，可能会觉得，里面会添加很多的这个肉的味道哈。但是这个吃人是粥的味道，它完全简直就是把这个米饭的这种。很古朴的原生态的这个米饭的香气发挥的淋漓尽致，就感觉它不是在吃鸡肉稀饭，而是在吃一盘很香的这个粥。
对，这鸡肉稀饭的精髓呢，立威是这么认为哈，它把这个米饭的醇香和我们鸡汤的这个鲜甜融合在了一起。所以的话呢，我们吃这份鸡肉稀饭的时候，真是非常的鲜甜味美。